raised up 5 kids. We didn't depend on the system for anything. Everything I got, we got on our own. My son went to the mall to buy his girlfriend a bracelet for Valentine's Day. I get a phone call, said you need to check on your son.
Yeah.
And we would be more respect than the less white. Everybody in the teacher like y'all teaching in fucking school.
Order.
You wasn't looking at her. That's the same. You was not looking at her. Let me tell you, that was the same. That's the same respect that y'all gave me when y'all told me. Okay. Now let me tell you what happened. I get a phone call from a random person said that Miss Cole, you need to check on your boy. I said, what you mean I need to check on my son? And then next thing you know, I see breaking news come on TV saying that it was a man. No, my son wasn't a man. He was a kid at the end of the day.
Minor.
He just turned 17.
Golden birthday.
Golden birthday.
They don't care.
Just imagine, you got kids. What if that was you? Listen to my story, and then imagine that was you. Something said, Tracy, see what's going on. I called my oldest son to tell him go to Freighter Hospital to see what's that my baby.
They told me
Freighter
no.
Hospital said what?
They told me no. Ain't nobody came.
Next thing you know, we went to the crime scene. I didn't see no Milwaukee police there. It was Tulsa police. And it was like 9 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
And y'all was investigating your own scene.
That's right. What, is that false? Why you looking like that?
Next thing you know, something said, go to Tulsa. Went to Tulsa. First thing I get was, I'm sorry, I didn't, we can't give you that information.
What if that was
I'm gonna call you back in 15 minutes.
They never called back.
This was in February 2nd, 2020.
Wow.
I didn't get no phone call. They didn't say, Miss, I apologize, I'm sorry for your loss. No, you never did that. First, the second thing I did, the third thing I did, said, Miss Cole, Tracy, go to the Milwaukee ME. I went to the Milwaukee ME. And my baby, I rang the doorbell. And I said, do you have a young boy by the name of Alvin Cole, 17 years old? And then the first thing came out the lady's mouth. Tracy, did you Tracy Cole? My heart just dropped. My heart just dropped.
fucking dropped?
I couldn't believe this. My husband dropped to his knees. We went in the door. Once we went in the door, the only person that said my deepest condolence was the medical examiner. Because, let me tell you this, I went to college. Yes, I did. And I was a funeral director at Crosby Funeral Home. Hello. For y'all can know my background. Now, we went there. The lady said, my deepest condolences. That's the first time I heard this. No cops. Next thing you know, she showed me a picture of my boy. Today I never wanted to see that picture. But my husband looked at it. And he said, no, not my boy. Not my boy. He said, my son I should not be burying my son. My son should be burying me.
Period. Right.
Next thing you know, I have family around me. And then 2 detectives, Milwaukee County detectives came in the room. And that was like about 10 something.
What's the first thing they said?
Can I get your name? They said, can I see Mr. and Mr. Cole? And I came and I said, yes, that's us. They came up and took us in the room. And then the next thing you know, they say, can I get your name, your address, and your phone number, and do your son have a gun? Hello, you didn't even say my deepest condolences either. How dare y'all? You know, how dare y'all? And then to find out, y'all got my son face plaster all on the news. Chief Weber always talking about Alvin was a thug or he did this.
Where Chief Weber?
He said, oh, this is the footage of my son. Y'all was able to do that, but why we don't see Joseph Mensah's face? I don't even know how the man looked today.
Y'all still working.
But y'all said that y'all tax money, y'all had money for this. Y'all had money for this, but y'all paid Joseph. Y'all tax money is paid for Joseph to be on administrative leave. This man didn't just kill one person. He didn't kill two. He killed 3 people within 5 years.
What a shame.
Let me tell you their names. Let me tell you the people that he killed within these 5 years. Antonio Gonzalez, Jay Anderson, and my baby boy Alvin Cole, a kid. This man is not just a killer, he's a murderer. And he's a serial killer. Oh yeah, you can follow me all you want to, and I'm gonna give you my address and my name, Tracy Cole, 4876 North 24th Place, out there. I ain't afraid of y'all. We can't jump it down. We can return all the rest of y'all too.
Accountability. There's no accountability.
Let them speak.
Can we all say sorry for your loss? All of us. I'm saying
Can the police department say sorry?
Can y'all say sorry? Y'all really say sorry. Police department.
Can the police officers say sorry? Can y'all say sorry?
Anything else wrong?
We still got one policy we really want to get changed.
Hey, Captain, you come up there and give condolence to the man.
Since Chief Weber can't be here, can you?
Captain, can you come up here and give condolence to the man? On behalf of the Manchester Police Department, and you give condolence to Mrs. Cole. Those actions as well. You do it to show what you stand behind. When you can add to the manner of actually being positive here and actually step into the plate and say, you know what, one of mine did do wrong, but we don't back that. You show that. You show that. You show that. You are a representation of the entire department in which the badge shows that racism still exists.
They paid us.
Hold on for a minute. Let's give the mic to the captain.
I'm going to ask the captain to speak, but okay?
Go ahead.
Let him talk about
Go
this.
ahead.
I'll give the captain a chance to respond.
Come on, Captain.
Be brave, man.
I think Mrs. Cole wanted to ask something additionally there.
Come on, Mrs. Cole, come up here, please.
She already asked. Come on, baby.
Thank you for noticing.
Put some bass in your voice. Okay? Talk like a man now.
Yell like you do when you say freeze.
Okay.
Okay, she said she's listening to you, Captain. Okay, step up, Mom, so you can look me in the face.
All his sisters.
Where's sons?
It's this family.
Look, bro, come over here.
Quiet. Because to date, she hasn't heard anything from the police.
Till this
That's a damn shame.
Mrs. Cole, did you have an additional question that you were trying to ask before?
Really? She said she's listening for apology.
I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child.
No matter what he God damn.
I can't because I've never been in that position.
Yeah, you ain't.
And in my occupation, I've had to deal with it. So there's a very small portion of me that can only just begin to imagine the pain that's involved in that. Why the officers did not deal with you as cautiously and as respectfully as they did the night this incident occurred, I cannot answer that now. I cannot. All I can say is that
It was wrong.
we grieve the loss of any life that we deal with. Whether that's subjects we're dealing with, victims we come across, or the family that it is involved in, the family that they touch.
That's not a
But let's not apology. I think we're looking for you to say, Mrs. Cole, on behalf of the Texas Police Department, we apologize. I heard everything. I shot 4 times in the back. In the back. It was not a threat. In the back. That's murder.
I heard everything but an apology.
Hey, Captain. Hey, let's try this again. Hey, Captain, let's try this again. I think the family is looking for, on behalf of the Texas Police Department, we apologize.
We're going to shut it down.
They don't apologize. They don't care.
It's going to be a whole night in Tulsa tonight. They better get it ready.
All right, let's see.
Let's speak.
Y'all don't make that man do
All
what he don't want to do.
said, we grieve the loss of any life.
I know it's order and I'm sorry, but I just want to say this. You should be ashamed of what you just disclosed. And I'm letting you all know, that tonight it's going to be a long night in Tulsa. No peace. No justice. 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 No peace.
The only thing we wanted was a simple apology. Is that too professional to give the family a simple apology? Now, committee.
Wait, y'all, wait.
Now, committee. The captain didn't have any data on body camera. He didn't have any data on anything against our acts. The chief is absent. The captain is, inadequate. So, is this the type of police department that Robert Tulsa's bagging up in terms of accountability? We need to do a better job of holding the police department accountable. Look at Joseph Mitchell. He killed 3 people in 5 years, 2 of them within the first 2 years.
And they ain't got body cams.
Now, where's the body? We tired of begging, we tired of asking. This family has been grieving since February, and other families have been grieving way before February. At one point in time, is the review committee gonna take some full course action and put some teeth behind these recommendations? I'm going to pass the floor.
Whoa. Chill.
First of all, can he talk? Is there a law or a reason on why they can't give a personal apology? Because that apology was not acceptable for me.
Well, he can apologize. Wait, let him talk, y'all. Let him talk.
Listen, I think there is a reason why. I'm just taking an educated guess at this, okay?
You don't want to get a lawsuit. He can't speak for the
If he
others.
says that I'm personally sorry for the loss, is in his mind, now I'm not speaking for him,
It's a lawsuit.
in his mind, is he admitting that there was guilt there, right?
No, it's not. No.
He doesn't want to get caught on camera in front of his friends. No. Saying he supports us.
No. So say that. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Because he gave a blanket statement. Clearly
He's scared.
a blanket
He's scared that
statement.
he's
We
gonna
agree with
cause a
loss of
lawsuit.
life, right? Of all.
That's what he's scared of.
So, is that's not, obviously that's not what we wanted, right? We're all in agreement on that.
Right.
But is there legally, in his mind, a reason why he didn't say it?
He can
If
apologize
said,
for
well,
the
I
way it was
personally
handled.
apologize for the death of, Alvin Cole, is he legally then saying that that was wrong?
Well, I think that's a question for the attorney. Attorney. So let's ask this question there, because this is a question for the attorney.
My mind is that right now, okay?
I got you. So now let's see what the attorney says. So on behalf of the attorney of the city of Wauwatosa, is an apology on behalf of the police department, is it an admission of guilt?
He don't care.
Well,
I think that Mr. Lowe makes a valid point here. There's a Police and Fire Commission hearing scheduled for Tuesday, the 15th. I think that's Tuesday, it's the 15th at 4 o'clock, as it relates to this particular officer and some of the issues that are involved. There's also a potential, and I think we're all recognizing that there's a potential that there will be litigation in these matters. And the city of Wauwatosa, as it relates to the Police and Fire Commission, is trying to allow for an independent investigation into the matter. And because there are litigation issues, the city has to be careful. The city has to be very careful. And so I think Captain Vetter did express some very true sentiments there, and it's a very difficult.
True to you? That's not his statement. That's the department.
hold on, y'all. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
So what we indicated earlier is that the district attorney still has that case, the Alvin Cole case, and that's the Milwaukee County District Attorney. The city of Wauwatosa, the Milwaukee Police Department doesn't have a say in that right now.
But y'all can kill him though.
Oh, y'all. Hey, listen, y'all.
Let her speak. Have some respect.
If you don't understand the law, she's explaining it, because even if we got a problem with it, then this is something we need to change.
Right.
So let's listen to what the law is.
His mama said take the pay away. Take the pay away.
They control
She said,
the
what?
They control the pay.
She said, your mom said what?
Take the pay away.
Y'all control the pay.
And get some body cams. That's right.
Take the what away?
It is. Body cams shouldn't be a topic.
Hey y'all.
Okay.
Order. I want to make sure we continue the meeting and get through these items. Make sure that we get justice
We need to pass
for everybody.
Where's the last one?
I'm sorry. I'm a parent of black sons. I grieve for this mom. I can say to this woman, as one parent to another, I am so sorry for your loss. Not one of you, as a parent, as a human being, can look at that mother and say, as a parent, as a human, I am so sorry for your loss.
Outside of
This has nothing to do with an admission of guilt. This is one human to another. This is one parent to another. That you can't express the sadness or acknowledge the sadness of that mother who has lost her child. This is the anger you see. It's not black versus white or us versus cop. This is empathy. This is kindness. This is caring. As a mother, are you parents? It's highly unlikely that one of your children would ever be gunned down by a cop ever. It's not something you have to worry about. But can you look at that mother as a parent and say, Mother, I am sorry for your loss. It's not an admission of guilt. It's not a sister. You've been sitting there. I know you don't show that kind of disrespect in a court of law. Because if you acted like that in front of a judge, you would be taken out of the court.
Come on, y'all. Let's move forward to the next item.
They're not gonna give a fuck no matter how much we talk to them.
Come on, let's move forward to the next item. We know we ain't gonna get no apology out of the Wauwatosa Police Department, and that's okay. We're not gonna beg for one. We're not gonna beg. We just want justice. That's all. Come on, y'all. Next item. What's else on the agenda? Go ahead.
That's what we can.
What's else on the agenda?
Go ahead. It was the data policy for the racial profiling.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Let them
Commission
go.
wants to say something. They gonna
Lafayette has the floor. Lafayette, go ahead. Go ahead, Lafayette.
Colleen first, please.
Mrs. Cole?
Mrs. Cole.
Yes. Hold on, she's coming.
Mrs. Cole, can you?
She coming.
She's coming up.
Yes.
I am heartbroken.
Thank you.
Heartbroken for your loss. I am a mother, and I feel you. And I am never going to stop, ever, until there is justice.
Thank you.
That's all you gotta say.
Rolling her eyes.
She's a lawyer. She's a lawyer.
Thank you. I just want to say, you don't need an apology from everybody on this commission. We are all sorry for your loss. But also, I'm an attorney, I'm a parent, and I have had clients who are afraid to say that they are sorry about something that happened because they think it's an admission of guilt. Saying you're sorry about the death of someone's son is not an admission of guilt. There are three ways to feel about this death. You're sorry it happened, you're indifferent, or you're glad.
He's
glad.
Right.
Glad. If you don't say you're sorry about the loss, sure sounds like you're indifferent. I'm embarrassed that there's not the words coming, and I'm sorry for your loss. It's simple. It's not an admission of guilt. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have to agree, Captain, with Lafayette. It is embarrassing that there's no law behind it that you simply a personal apology to someone that's lost a life. And that's exactly why this agenda is the way it is.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's right.
That's how I do. I stormed the budget council. That's why there's a chokehold discussion on this agenda, because the police overall, not just Wauwatosa,
don't have accountability,
have not showed enough empathy to the black community. Period.
Thank you for speaking up, man.
On this commission, as someone who works in national civil rights, Just
doing good, Sean. Saying it. No, make them feel it.
That's why I wanted clarification, and that's why I wanted the attorneys to weigh in.
That's right.
Is there a legal reason
No
why
legal.
somebody can't personally apologize? And if there's not, shame on them.
Shame on
They don't care.
So I guess the question is this on? Do y'all cut this on?
That's why we'll continue
Cut it off.
this discussion about policing in the city of Wauwatosa. There's so many issues that we still have to discuss. We haven't touched on housing, we haven't touched on transportation, we haven't touched on access to jobs, health care in our community. There's so many issues and so many disparities, but we're going to solve each and every one, one by one, as long as we can, and we have a voice, and we're going to use that voice.
We ain't going nowhere.
Come on, y'all, let's move on to the next item, man. Come on, let's move on to the next item.
Right. The data collection.
Awesome. You want, go ahead.
Hold on, Margaret, let them speak.
Say it.
Margaret. Hold on, they still on my mom. Let moms go.
Mr. Cole lost his son. I am here because my heart just broke when I heard about Jay Anderson all those years ago. I got together in the living room with my neighbors, and we talked to the Anderson family, and we worked for years to make this commission. And to tell you to just sit here and we're talking about who we're going to recommend this stuff to, I am enraged.
Come on.
I am enraged.
Come on, Margaret.
But this is how I know to deal with this, because if we keep acting like every incident is just one more incident and we just keep looking like this, nothing's going to change. That's right. With the police in Wauwatosa, everywhere, all the time. I am so sick.
We tired of protesting.
That if in certain circumstances it's okay for somebody to be dead.
That's right.
That's why I am here on this commission. That's why I've worked for the last 2 years. That's why I lose sleep. That's why I get my breaks. That's why I annoy my children and get on the nerves of the people that I work with, because that's my sphere of influence. And I am trying everything I know how to do as a citizen through these channels to change something for real, forever, for a long, long time.
Talk your stuff.
Y'all think the law was bad? You got a whole nother thing coming.
Burn it.
Kimberly, do you have a question on Zoom? Let's see, you have your hand up. Kimberly, you have the floor.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Kimberly's on.
And I just want to say something to Captain Vetter and to the room. You know, Captain, I went to the Wauwatosa Police Department. I can say that Captain Vetter was extremely easy to work with, frankly. I don't think, I'm not there, obviously.
Right?
I think the apology, frankly, or the accountability should come from Officer Mensah and Captain Weber.
Yes.
Chief Weber. I think those are frankly true. And I think the problem with the inhumanity that Cole and Jay Anderson, how they've been treated, and this goes to Attorney Colbert's point, there's certain things that they just can't say legally because, you know, that there's a case with the DA's office. But the problem is that Chief Weber has constantly, given edited videos to the media of Alex Cole's death. He's constantly lied to the media about what happened. Last week, he lied to the commission on June 17th. I'm reporting that.
Why is he not in jail?
Why he still got his job?
So it's inconsistent.
Right.
It's inconsistent.
And they got
that
right.
they're saying on one hand, there's an open case and they can't say anything. But on the other hand, every time there's a microphone, Chief Weber is running to that mic with pre-prepared statements. So I would suggest and recommend of the commission, if they could, that Chief Weber make himself present for the Monday meeting.
All the meetings, not just one. For all the meetings, not just one. For all the meetings, not just one.
Check it right now.
his ass then. That's right.
And not for one meeting, all of them.
Why haven't you
The Monday
spoken
meeting
yet?
is
Mr. Hayes, on behalf of the second half
So now
of
we
the
got the
Police and
no
Fire
chokeholds
Commission,
gone.
can you speak for
not
your
the
half, the first responders, the ones that were there responding to the call, to at least give some empathy, condolences to the Cole family? Since the police can't do it, can a representative from the Fire Commission do it?
We told him no. We told him no. We told him no.
Wait, let him talk. Wait, let him
He's
talk.
not a member of the Fire and Police Commission.
No, he's not. He's the fire department.
The Fire and Police Commission is a civilian oversight commission made up of outside entities.
Exactly. He wasted a lot of time on just saying stuff.
I'm the fire chief. I oversee the firefighting.
No, you don't have nothing to do with that.
I speak on behalf of the city. Okay, give you my personal opinion while I wear this uniform.
You guys have to.
Yeah, let's move forward. We ain't about
You may
personal.
not agree with that. I understand. But that's the position we are in.
So a lot of these grievances need to go to the fire police. The fire and police commission are the ones that can truly hold the police department accountable. So make sure that you guys take each and every grievance, disappointment, and complaint that you have with this department to the fire and police commission.
Oh, we will.
Make sure that you guys do that and are contacting them because they do have the authority over the police department. I want to make sure you guys know who has the authority.
So can we get when those meetings are?
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I want to move on to the data collection.
Okay.
We have a motion on the data collection. And I'm just going to move on to ban of chokeholds after that.
Sean, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When
How
those
do
meetings
they
are.
take their grievances to the Police and Fire Commission? How do they do that?
I can answer that question.
Please.
The city clerk's office is right outside here. It's closed right now, but when it's open, it's what's called a citizen complaint form. It's a document that you can fill out, circumstances of your situation, and you can file it with the city clerk. You don't even have to go to the police department. It's a third party. You can file it with them, and they refer it to the Police and Fire Commission for their next meeting. And anybody's welcome to do that anytime.
And where are those meetings posted?
What are the hours at the city clerk's office? You know,
Where are those meetings?
4:30.
Clerk's office will stamp it as received, ask for a copy of it back because it'll have a date and time stamp, so you'll have verification that you filed it. And then it will be passed on. So if there's any question later about why it's passed on, you have your file stamped copy from the city of Wauwatosa, and you can show when you filed it so we can make sure it gets on the next agenda.
No
If there's any questions, if someone files a complaint that they don't think has been passed on to the Police and Fire Commission, please contact the city attorney's office and I will verify it was passed on and if it hasn't been
They don't
on
have any
myself.
data.
That's right.
Also, other than
And when does that meeting?
data, they haven't been collecting data for when they pull
Next
people up,
one
they
is
black,
on the
white, nothing.
15th
So they're
at
gonna
4
collect
o'clock.
data.
15.
And then they said it
And
wasn't
that's
important.
when
They
they're
stopped
reviewing
people
those
to collect all
submissions.
data
That's
whenever
the
they ran a
initial
person, they were
commencement
asking
of
specifically
hearing
about.
based on the
So when you
citizen's
stop
complaint.
people and you run their name, don't keep a count of that. They said
There
no,
are
it's not
people
important.
July
that
15th?
Check it out. If you're about to make a report, make sure that if your name get run by the police, or your place get run by the police, that they keeping the data that show
Can I get the date of the meeting and the time of the meeting, please?
Yeah, they need to be made public.
I'm gonna
and
check
need
just to be 100% sure, but it's the 15th at 4 o'clock. I'm gonna verify for the 50th time, just to make sure. 5:15.
Somebody
at
already
4
posted
o'clock.
it. Somebody said they just posted the.
Do it 50 more times. Say it.
July 15th at 4 o'clock, you can come in person, or you can attend via Zoom. There will be that option as well if you're not able to make it in person.
I will be here.
Okay.
Watch out.
There are motions in discussion on the data collection.
Yeah.
To further have data collection done. Commission.
That was for the.
To review the motions, and I will say it's really hard to follow this emotional discussion with procedure. But here we are. So I appreciate everyone speaking out and passion and echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioners. But I think we were working on one motion. I think as we were talking, I tried to write out two separate motions so they're clear.
Yep.
And I'm going to work backwards actually. So the first is that the commission recommends without reservation that Common Council establish city ordinance to hold the police department accountable and to 1, establish procedures for the remediation of racial disparities and complaints by the public, and 2, bring in outside investigators when the situation merits. This includes oversight to ensure thorough and expedient responses to open records requests. That's motion number 1, and I will add that this includes this, if we can pass this, I recognize that there are 23 open records requests that were just filed by the Cole and Anderson families or the attorneys of the families, and we need expediency on those requests. So that's 1 regarding data and public data. Motion 2 I would put on the table is that the commission recommend without reservation that Common Council prioritize the establishment of expedient procedures for the police department to collect, analyze, and publicly report 1, demographic data for these actions: traffic stops, running of driver's license and or license plates.
One more thing. We want to add.
One more thing.
Yeah, we want to add to that. Being stopped and detained.
I think being stopped.
Sometimes they don't run. Sometimes they write your stuff down, but they don't run your name. Sometimes they stop us. They write our information down and they don't run our name. Okay, so that's also. That's. Yeah. So just to add to that, I think we should add being stopped and detained, because sometimes they don't run our names, and we need the data for when they stop and detain black people on all instances, not just when they drive in or not just when they pulled over. So that doesn't. So if they don't run the name, we just don't want no loopholes of them saying they didn't run the name or they searched us illegally and then they ran the name, and the only time that we get credit is when they actually find something and then run the name. That ain't gonna stop them from actually stopping us and searching us without running our names. Okay.
All right. Let's do the first motion. Is there discussion on the first motion that was made? You want to make sure you're doing it in order?
I did the second one.
I don't think she finished reciting what she was all asking for data for in the second motion. Go ahead.
This motion, so it's just for the fixed records. So we'll all start back. So start over. That the commission recommend without reservation that Common Council prioritize the establishment of expedient procedures for the police department to collect, analyze, and publicly report 1, demographic data for these actions: traffic stop and detentions, and running of driver's licenses and or license plates. And 2, reports and grievances filed about problematic officer behavior for the purpose of eliminating racial and other biases that may be exposed by those data.
Can we have it say
Jackie, I think it should say
detentions and traffic stops? Not traffic stops.
You just said it. Yeah.
That's fine. I know. Can we just put detention in front of traffic stops so that we can be clear that it ain't when you're detained on a traffic stop? You get what I'm saying? His language is very important. We want to be clear that it's
Data for these actions: detentions
and traffic stops, not traffic stop detentions. Because traffic stops detentions is the same thing as a traffic stop. If you just stop us on the street, that's a regular detention.
Traffic stops and detention.
Right, thank you. That's all. Yeah. For sure. Just making sure we don't got no loopholes.
B, traffic stops. C, running of driver's licenses and or license plates. Yep.
Great. Greg, can I ask a question?
assumption in a motion like this that the Common Council would see it in its entirety and recognize the need for up-to-date and efficient and effective systems to complete such a request? I just want to be sure if that's an assumption we're explicit about it, because it sounds like the problem is that our systems aren't even able to do this. And so I don't want to make a request that isn't possible.
Alderman Wilson's going to respond to that.
I'm sorry, you're asking me, right? Yeah, so I think putting the requirement out there is what's most important, because that's setting the policy expectation. And inherent in that is that by the council adopting such a policy expectation, we're demonstrating that we will also provide the resources and tools necessary. So that's right. I think data today is different than data 20 years ago, to the anecdote the city administrator shared, and I'm sure there will be different data mechanisms in the future. So I don't think we have to be too prescriptive about that. But I will say, again, I'll have a direct hand in these discussions as they move to the council, and I'll make sure that that point is made.
Wasn't there a motion for it to be done by June 21st, 2021?
When we say expedient.
Okay, but it pertains to the same thing. Okay, cool.
It'd be better for us to say, to be able to routinely look at data quarterly or monthly or whatever. I wonder what expedient means to me might be different than what it means to someone else.
Yeah, I think there should be dates around that, and looking at different police departments to see the ones that are doing it, making sure that, you know, we're falling in line with that as well.
That's good.
So we already got the motion for that. That's why I don't have that part.
So do we want to say monthly right now? And then review what other police.
I think monthly might actually be really hard.
Quarterly?
Minimum quarterly.
All right.
But I just don't know if we want to ask for something that isn't going to be humanly possible immediately.
So we can make the recommendation, and then we can look at systems, the next thing we look at, you know, making sure that they're funding that. Okay. So I guess that's again a violation if they report something that's supposed to do, which we're talking about.
Right, so then we would have to introduce that as another motion, right, to create a violation, because as of now, there's no violation for failure to report the data, right?
And I'd have to defer to Captain.
Captain?
He ain't gonna know.
If I just get clarification for the motion.
He had answers on it.
Hold on.
Is asking for data for the police department, right? Or is it asking for the council to approve?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
To make sure we're all on the same page.
And then right now, we're asking about is there a violation or rule in place if they fail to report data?
Let's think this thing.
So if it's the common council making an order of the police department, the common council has the authority by majority vote to make orders of the police department as it relates to certain items.
Right.
So the common council has that authority, so depending on what the question is or what data they want, they have the ability to potentially order that compliance.
Right, so to clarify, I think what I'm asking is in addition to the data.
We add the language in the recommendation, that's a violation.
Yeah. Accountability.
Same thing like you did with the body cam, same thing like you did with the no-knock, should be the same thing like we do if they fail to report the data. Right. There should be a city ordinance with accountability if they fail to do what they're supposed to do.
Right, I agree.
So can we put a motion in for that? Because as of now, there is none, right?
Well, we're still discussing two different motions on the table, so let me get through the motions and then we'll add language around it, and even if we have to do another motion.
Sound good.
Then we'll do that.
I like it.
Yeah, it's my. We're gonna be good. We're good. They only been here a year. They put this thing together a year. This group. Most of the group is with us.
We have to follow the ordinance. So I think if this passes as city ordinance, that means it's enforceable. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's really Colbert mentioned, whether it's an order, which is a written command basically, or it's an ordinance, which is the law of the city.
So now that when they pull us over, when they stop us, when they do a traffic stop or run your plates, they have to provide the data of which our race was, who they stopped and
Exactly.
It has to be public record. They got to go back a year. They haven't done it in 20 years. They haven't kept track of their racial, racial profile for the last 20 years. So now for that, they have to go back, start another year, and then we're going to go back 2 years, we're going to go back 5 years, and we get all the data. And basically, now have to. That's what I just introduced.
Enact them with as much authority and enforcement capacity as possible.
Thank you for that. That's exactly what we want. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Craig, remind us again when the next common council meeting is?
Know what I'm saying?
There are committee meetings next Tuesday. So let me back up. There's the committee of the whole meeting next Monday. That's specifically set aside to talk about the body camera issue with the entire common council. The council president will preside. And as we
when would these other recommendations be brought to the table?
Yeah, so the agenda has been set for next Tuesday's committee meetings.
Next Tuesday, y'all.
We have some
kind
of peripheral items related to these things. I don't know that they're specifically what we were talking about on our agenda tonight. And then next week would bring a council meeting, which is to vote on action that was brought before. And then the next cycle, we generally have a week. We have committee meetings every 2 weeks, and then council meetings every 2 weeks on the off weeks.
So I asked because I want to make sure that these recommendations don't get lost, that they get put on the agenda, and that this commission may reports back from you and or other members of the council on what decisions were made, and that you all work with us in order to review and revise, if necessary, any of the ordinances that are written up or decisions that are made. So
yeah, I think that should probably be a standing agenda for this commission, is to have a review of what's happened at council. And then if we don't feel things are moving fast enough, we can address that. But again, these are important topics that are being taken up quickly within the city, within the various council committees. And so we have topics already on the agenda, and I think these that the commissioner recommending would also be looked at with just as much importance.
Craig, would it be paramount for us as commission members to attend those meetings?
Anytime anybody attends a city meeting, I think it lends weight to the message. Certainly we're seeing it and feeling it here tonight. Any commission members are welcome to attend. We are still doing hybrid meetings, so whatever it is.
We making changes. I'm not point of being alive. Everything that we asking for, they're doing it.
People are always
so why
welcome
be
to share
bothered
comments
about
if
it?
they can't make a meeting via email,
This is
etc. with the clerk's
government. We
office.
know how to run government. We know how to respect government. We know the rules of government. So you come in here, you follow the
helps
rules,
to
and get
understand
shit
what
done.
the
You go in
viewpoints.
6
We are a
streets,
representative
you follow the
democracy.
rules,
We're
and you
going
told
to
that's
direct
correct.
democracy
You
in
combine
action
the
here
two,
tonight.
you come in and stop the
But I
enforcement
think
to listen to.
showing strength
We
behind
always got to be disruptive. We disruptive in the community, so they can call these people and make sure they listen to us when we come down here. We don't disrupt them. We disrupt the community, and then we meet with them and talk like man. That's how you get change. Now if they don't want to hear you, then you storm in here and do all that.
Thank you.
Alderman Craig, I had a question. So in terms of the city ordinance, who creates what penalty will be associated with the city ordinance? Is that created on the city level or the state level?
It's the city level, and I'd have to defer a bit to our city attorney because I don't know what our options are. We can make an ordinance. I know we can set fines for ordinance violations. I think we're limited. We can't. It's $1 million fine. I don't believe we can't imprison people for violating ordinances.
Can't do any criminal.
But just like when you drive down the street too fast, or if I do something stupid and get accosted and a municipal citation.
That's where we have the recommendations at for the aldermen and alderwomen to go to the state legislators and create state law behind these city ordinances.
So we can manage our own house, and then separately we can, as members of the state, all of us can do it. But also as a local municipal government, we can add the city's voice to state issues, and we do it often.
So all of these motions and amendments that's being added now carries no criminal weight to it. Only
we don't have the ability in the city to say it's a crime.
right. Okay. So okay.
We gonna get it though. You guys can recommend it though, right?
Yeah, they can recommend
to the other department. You guys can recommend what you.
We can try to influence state laws. State
Okay.
laws with the criminal code.
Okay. And we have y'all recommendation, correct?
Yeah, several of these things we're talking about tonight are city council to make recommendations
sure.
and push for that kind of thing.
You want to make the motion?
Jackie was doing it. Motions are on the table. I think if there are language changes to ensure that they're strong enough and rigorous, then let's have that discussion.
Do you want to repeat the first motion and then we'll call for a second on it?
Mr. Lowe, you could do, if you wanted to move both items with one vote, you could do both together.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's do that. So you want to just repeat both motions and then we'll call for a second.
Yep, I'll try. The city clerk can help
Warm
ensure
it.
that they're recorded correctly. All right.
Big victory.
Motion number 1, the commission recommends without reservation that common council establish city ordinance to hold the police department accountable and to 1, establish procedures for remediation of racial disparities and complaints by the public, and 2, bring in outside investigators when the situation merits. Semicolon. This includes oversight to ensure thorough and expedient responses to open records requests.
Is that motion number 1?
Motion number, I don't know that it matters, motion number 1.
Okay.
Motion number 2.
Yep.
The commission recommends without reservation that common council prioritize the establishment of expedient procedures for the police department to collect, analyze, and publicly report, 1, demographic data for these actions. A, detentions. B, traffic stops. C, the running of driver's licenses and or license plates.
Got them right here.
And 2, reports and grievances filed about problematic officer behavior for the purpose of elimination of racial and other bias that may be exposed by those data.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Second here.
I second.
She's second.
Do you want to add something about chokeholds here?
Yeah.
Separate.
That's next.
Separate.
Separate. Everything's separate. Won't need them to reject
Any
nothing.
further discussion on these two motions? We had a second. All in favor?
Aye. Yeah, y'all better favor that.
Aye. Any nays? Okay. Motion carries. Next item is ban of chokeholds under any circumstance.
Well, hold on. Remember, we were supposed to make the motion for the accountability for the city ordinance if they fail to report the data.
I think it's already
They did in the first one.
in there.
In the first motion.
If something becomes an ordinance and they fail to do it, it's already a violation if they don't do it. And I'll let the city attorney.
So there's a couple of, if people fail to comply with ordinances, the common council has a couple of ways that they can hold them accountable. So first of all, as I've mentioned before, they can have a direct order. So they can order, a written order to the police department to do something. Failure to do that could result, and if you look at the language in the statutes about the police and fire commission, that could result in job action for the chief or an officer who fails to comply with a legal order of the common council. The common council also exercises control over the police department through the budgetary process. So it's a kind of a backdoor method of control, but when you control the money, you control how things flow, right? So it would be wise for the police department in that capacity to be following what the common council is saying for budgetary reasons. And then third, as we mentioned earlier, the city doesn't have the ability to make something a crop about fines. There's limitations on the amount of things that can be fined or how much, but those are the 3 different ways that the common council could enforce those actions if they felt like the police department wasn't complying with what they
Now, from a legal standpoint, do you recommend that these things should be sketched out in the language now in terms of the fines and what the maximum fine should be, et cetera, et cetera? Should those things go into play now before it even comes to the common council?
I think that the common council should make a decision first about the underlying issues, right? They need to come up with these policies and they need to make the ordinances. And as part of that discussion, they can and should discuss what happens if this doesn't happen. I think that's all part of the same discussion.
And so we can come back to it because again, this is not the law yet. So once they pass it, then we can still talk about violations. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So
there's no reason that we can't do that. There's no reason I definitely won't be able to do that. Okay. Right. So ban on chokeholds under any circumstances. We will not have an Eric Gardner situation.
That's right.
There is no way, shape, or form. The current language, as I stated in the Journal Sentinel article that just came out this week, that current language is not strong enough for me, because the current language states that chokeholds are banned unless the officer feels that this person is an immediate threat, or a threat to themselves, or a threat to the officer. There's too much, I fear, for my life language.
We don't care why they're doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
Chairman Sean showing up.
Yeah, they did. Atlanta, facts.
That language is not strong
Facts.
enough.
They had the chance to make things on their own prior to
to
the
use a chokehold against a citizen. If you can't detain someone without choking them, then to me, you're not qualified to be a police officer. Period.
That's right. That's
So glad you understand. So glad.
We will not have an Eric Gardner situation.
We changing real laws around here, man. Motherfuckers ain't playing no games. Motherfuckers on the business for real.
On the banning of chokeholds by our police officers under any circumstances. Okay, so I move that we recommend to the Common Council of the City of Wauwatosa that our police officers are banned from using chokeholds under any circumstance.
Simple. Simple. That's simple. That's simple. We don't even need to do no discussion about that.
Kristen, second it. Discussion? All in favor?
Can we add like
Yeah.
outside the chokehold? What about a knee to your throat or arm to your throat? Hold on, sir. No. One last question.
Or anything to the
Yeah.
He's probably gonna bring it up. Let him just say it and then
Okay,
you come
go
back.
ahead.
Lafayette, you're still on mute. Oh,
I think he's having a different conversation.
Okay. Before you do that, please.
Go ahead,
George Floyd died from the knee on his throat. That wasn't a chokehold.
That's exactly the point I was
Okay?
going to make. Thank
People
you.
die. It don't have to be a chokehold. We need something that describes any time that you stopping somebody from breathing.
I would tell him
not just
No. Let Commissioner Crump.
That restricts a person's airway.
Yes.
Or blood flow.
I can't hear him.
Tell him to start over.
So, Lafayette, can you restate, please?
Anything that restrict breathing.
I just wanted you to add to your motion, so you're banning chokeholds, if you could add in, or any other tactic that restricts a person's airway.
Asphyxiation.
I want to be careful about that.
Okay.
Carotid.
I would be open to further discussion about it, but I do want to add in.
No, I can do that. I understand the premise of the motion and the amendment, and I agree with the amendment.
So there's a difference between airway and circulation. If you constrict the carotid, then you're not actually getting blood flow. It has nothing to do with whether air is moving or not. So you need to have both.
Yeah, add both. Add both.
Thank you.
Y'all, add both.
There we go.
Restriction of airway or circulation.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Does it make
Thank you
sense-
for
Does
that.
it make sense to specify the circulation in the neck only because
The lungs.
if they do
Knee to the
interpret
back.
that as grabbing someone by the hand
Any
and
circulation of
affecting
blood.
their circulation in their wrists, there would be no way that it would pass.
But here, if you have somebody sitting on you, you're also constricting circulation to somebody's heart. So they're not only not being able to breathe well, but that blood flow to the heart is also an issue. So you don't know what type of medical condition.
That's right.
somebody has. You are constricting circulation to a hand or something else. What if they have diabetes? What if they have neuropathy? What if they have other things? They could lose their hand.
That's
They
right.
could lose, you know what I mean? So I feel like constricting circulation broadly means people there.
Right.
I second the doctor.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Oh, this is Kristen.
The doctor.
The doctor. Come on, Walker Toast. Thank you. Get it.
Doctor, you do it.
Behind it, I'm gonna rescind my motion. I'm gonna defer Dr.
Come on, doctor.
Yeah,
Which part?
Airway and circulation.
Okay.
Yeah, restricting airway.
So, I move to ban of chokeholds under any circumstances, and also any police procedure that restricts the airway and circulation of any individual.
Yes. 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 Come on, brother. Come. All power to the people, y'all.
Shiloh, you're doing good justice. Doing good justice.
Is there a second?
Did you say airway or
This gonna be the blueprint that we take to Milwaukee.
Airway and circulation.
Cause them damn crackers down there. I didn't say that.
Crackers in the karate, so you're not discussing the victim.
I'm a grown ass woman.
Four.
He tall as fuck, bro. Back there.
Oh, y'all come trying to hear what they saying.
Okay. All right.
Man, this shit been going on all day.
All in favor? Okay, motion carried.
Hurry up.
Okay,
Hey, it's been going on all day, but we made a lot of progress.
Yeah, clean progress.
order.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah. So I need to bring one more thing, a slight amendment to the data. Sorry, I'm just messed up my window. To the data motion, I'm seeing some comments that there's the language of when the situation merits is problematic. I agree with that. So the language was bring in outside investigators when the situation merits. I think that we can strengthen that, and I'd like to take some comments from the commission about how we can strengthen that. So it's hold the police department accountable and bring in outside investigators when the situation merits is how it currently reads. Can we amend that, please?
I think that someone from the outside should also include someone from your commission. Instead of just another police department, it should include someone from another police department, internal affairs, and someone from the citizen review board and y'all commission as well.
Well, they want it typically right now what it is and what they're trying to pass the U.S. House of Representatives is completely outside investigation.
They just
because
passed
even
it.
though those relationships get built inside the city, inside those commissions, you don't want to.
They just passed it.
Basically, period, right?
They said they just passed it.
You see what I'm saying? So what if I was best friends with Chief Weber?
Right.
And the police officer was at my house for dinner last week. Do you have any legal language to add to that?
No, I don't have anything more on that.
Okay.
So can y'all specify what the outside is?
I agree that, when I heard that when it merits, the first thought I
When it
had
merits, it's not when it merits.
was the merits.
Yeah.
The decisions about
Discretion.
what merits investigation, it's like, that was the conflict. Yeah, so.
So let's either get rid of it. What do you suggest, Margaret?
I think allowing for outside investigation at the discretion of the common council or something like that.
Yeah.
No, because outside investigation is what we're trying to push for. Because we don't want people from, the common council period.
But who? Right. Who determines the word merit? Who determines the word merit is the question.
I believe it depends on the violation.
We don't want the police to determine their own merit.
Right, that's
on
what
when,
they're trying to figure out.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what they're trying to figure out.
Right.
Let city attorney weigh
weigh in. I think one of the dangers about putting that on the common council to ensure is that oftentimes this stuff doesn't get to the common council until long after some of this has been completed, so there wouldn't be the first line. So my recommendation would be either at the time that a complaint is made, or at the time that it's reviewed through the disciplinary process, whether that's through the police and fire commission or internally, because you don't, it's not of value to do it after all the decisions have been made.
That's
so
right.
I would just throw that out there.
So then the fire and police commission will be back.
Can the outside agency decide merit? Can't they check it out and say, well, we think we need to step in?
But I have to go somewhere first. So I have to start somewhere. So like I have to start as a complaint.
Right, and then they, not the police review the complaint, do merit, can't the outside organization review the complaint?
First I have to start at wherever the
super
complaint
cumbersome
comes.
this way. It's one something progressive
Instead of the
that we see, but I still think we should track malicious complaints.
Outside agency.
Is in order for an outside agency to come in, who determines when that outside agency comes?
I think they should determine.
Yeah, that's what they're
The
talking
outside
about.
agency should.
But they can't because they have to start somewhere first. So if you start with a complaint, then that's where the mayor comes from.
Right, when they file a complaint, they go to file.
Sean, I'm a visual person and I don't have any of these words in front of me, and honest to goodness,
And they
I've
decide
been
what
absent for 30,
And
so
that's
I
what they're
can't
trying to
even
say.
recall
They're trying to
of being
fire the
just
police
very
commission or whoever to determine the outside investigation instead of the police.
establish city ordinance to
Police
hold the
determine
department accountable.
if they're going to bring in
And
somebody
one,
from outside
exit
of the
one,
police. Trying to check this out.
establish procedures for remediation of racial
But if it's a
disparities
fire and
in
police
complaints
commission,
by
it's
the
the same
public.
thing.
And two,
Because the fire and police
allow
commission
for outside
oversees.
investigation to be called by members of the public, to be called by any members of the public, commissioner, or other entity. I'm not sure. I love that.
Yeah, not other entity. It's too broad. It's too broad. Any entity can do something outside of it.
Wasn't it live or something?
Call for an investigation. That would be, that's a serious power
Yeah, that's tight.
Right.
to have.
So then who would the people go
Ask
to?
us to recommend somebody else to get something else done. If a member of public could exercise that as their voice in the citizen, I think that would be cool.
Should talk.
And maybe it's not fair to allow for outside investigation to be held by any members of the public.
Exactly. Yeah.
So then who would the people go to? If we're,
So I don't think,
The policy change
we're not the
for racial
experts on,
inequalities.
the legal matters of
What was it?
right, as of right now, outside investigations can handle at no depth. In situations, police officer
Racial data.
involved shooting, like you said,
The
Milwaukee
chokehold.
County.
No, not more.
So
The only
it
thing we should talk
depends
about.
on what
Everything else we need to recommend for the next meeting, because they got to prepare for what
investigation.
they're asking for. They don't even
It
think
has
so.
benefits.
So it's really broad, to say who is investigating and who can
At the end of this
actually
meeting, we need to
call for
suggest what we want to talk about.
Reverend Manning?
Yes, Sean, it seems like that maybe what we need to do is move a resolution, and it goes to common council, and they will act on it or not. But then when it's acted upon, then we can work to amend it, because we probably aren't going to come up with the perfect language right now, but to move something forward and to get it in front of the common council so that we can then respond to whatever they do with it.
I agree.
I agree with that, but Reverend Manning and members of the public were calling to ensure that there weren't any loopholes with the.
They gotta figure out who can actually do it. Like what agency gonna be, because if it go to common council, take too long. So they literally don't know where to send it, but they agree not to send it to the police. So they gonna figure out where to send it. So we need to commit a different committee or something to send it
I
straight to
don't
the
think there'll be a committee meeting that will address this specific topic. This would have to be agendized, so it's probably several weeks out. kind of agree with the sentiment that Reverend Manning expressed, and I wonder if maybe we keep the strong statement and then task the Common Council for coming up with criteria for when independent investigations would be required. That way we don't have to solve it tonight, but at the same time as part of the discussion of the council. And that's one thing we might consider.
Yes, Frank?
Or we could work on it on the second.
I just.
Work on it on the second.
Okay, I got a
question from the floor.
I got a quick question. It seems like that we all agree that the police. It seems like we agree that the police shouldn't be the ones. Wait, I think she's still talking.
Can we make sure that's on the agenda?
Yes, so we'll put it on the agenda. Melanie, you could put that on the agenda, correct? For a second, okay.
Okay, it seems like we all agree that we don't want the police to be in charge of who decides what merit is.
We'll work through the language.
Yeah. Is it possible to?
That's agreed.
Is it possible to set up a new committee outside of the Fire and Police Commission that specifically handles that?
They're in charge of.
No.
Just here's the question.
The police chief, they're in charge of doing the police and fire commission and setting the laws and whatnot. Another committee wouldn't do any good because they
Just to decide merit, I was just wondering.
And then they would have to go back to the fire.
Got you, and they'll be for sure. Got
So
you.
what about
Actually, it hurts you because you're adding
Another step? No, that's fine. That's cool. So we can't cut them out no matter what. No, okay.
So what about just a majority vote? What if the majority of the five people, a majority of the Fire and Police Commission, people decide that an outside investigation should go in?
Yeah.
Isn't
that's
that
something that they can do that right now?
I mean, they could do that right now. So what would be the difference of?
It depends on when and where they can do it. Depending, that's what we're trying to clarify.
Right.
If they can do an outside investigation, when and where can they do it? And is it strong enough, the language, right, to where, and if a citizen wanted an outside investigation, how could that happen?
So as of now, the only way a Fire and Police Commission can do an outside investigation.
Person talking, get a little closer to the microphone.
Well, they cut our mic off.
Yeah, they cut the mics off. So the only time a person from the FPC can request outside investigation is if what? As of now.
He's asking when can they request an outside investigation?
So there's a couple of different types of investigations that we've been talking about. So the idea about criminal charges came up about MPD and stuff investigating those. That's a wholly separate issue. That's state law.
Yeah, that's state law.
Yeah,
right.
So we'll put that aside for a moment. Completely. There are state statutes. So 6213 is the statute that establishes the Police and Fire Commission process for municipalities. And that statute gives municipalities the option of giving their Police and Fire Commission different amounts of power. So, the Police and Fire Commission in Milwaukee is different than the Police and Fire Commission in Wauwatosa. They have different powers. They have optional powers that were granted by referendum. The Wauwatosa Police and Fire Commission, does not have optional powers, and it talks the statute about how citizens of Wauwatosa could go about doing that if they wanted to. But the Police and Fire Commission in that statute, how they go about investigating discipline is defined. So the complaint process, how a complaint is filed with the Police and Fire Commission, and how that complaint is to be processed, and what factors the Police and Fire Commission look at, are defined in there. What constitutes what's called good cause for action. So that's one place where the description is of how investigations can go is. The second place is the Police and Fire Commission's own rules. So any rule that's not covered by the state statute is granted. They're allowed to make rules for themselves, and they have rules, and we can get copies of rules if people want to see them. But it also describes, for those things not covered in the state statute, how that's going to work inside of their structure. It doesn't. It does give some specifics in one of the rules about how complaints are to be investigated, but it does not rule out independent investigations, if that makes sense. Yeah. So the internal rules as they currently are, which the Police and Fire Commission could change if they wanted to, is that when they receive a complaint, they're to refer it to the appropriate department for investigation.
And that would be internal affairs?
It would be, I think what the language means, and it's pretty vague, that means if it's a fire complaint, it's by the fire department. If it's the police department, it's an internal investigation like that. What it doesn't say is that you can't do an independent investigation, so that is an option out there. It's just saying, in addition to whatever you do, you would have to do some sort, you'd have to refer to the appropriate department.
So as of now, and as it stands, if it's a police complaint, then the Fire and Police Commission directs it back to the police department for investigation. Unless they...
That's how the current rule is.
Right.
They could do either.
Exactly.
So that they could do by a majority vote, they could do what they want.
That's my problem.
Now, there's a third issue, though, that is playing into all of this, and that's the difference between major and minor disciplinary actions. So complaints also, citizens can file complaints directly with the clerk's office through the city, and they're handled, we can do it through the Police and Fire Commission. Some people choose to go to the police department and actually file their complaint right there with the police department. There's a distinction then made between minor and major infractions.
And who makes that decision? The police department?
Well, it is defined in the contract with the police union, okay? So depending on the type of infraction, and I'm just giving you the background, because these are all areas that are subject to...
Gray areas.
Gray areas, and these are all things
Too many gray areas.
These are all things that, could be impacted by council decisions or ordinances or other things. It's just how it's currently structured. So how discipline is handled is controlled by state statute, by Wauwatosa Police and Fire Commission, and by internal policy at the police department. And so all of those forces are coming together on different types of disciplinary action.
So if someone files a complaint with the city attorney, then do you guys too refer that complaint back to the police department for oversight?
So if you were to file it with the city attorney's office, I would say that's the same as if you came to the clerk's office here. That we as the city, as a separate department from the police department, we as the city are collecting it and referring it to the Police and Fire Commission. Now,
so y'all give it directly to the FPC?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all don't give it to the police department?
Well, we give them a copy so they knew it was filed.
Okay.
But as an attorney, I have an ethical obligation to make sure that it's followed through on.
That's right.
Right. So it depends on who you give it to, and then what the subject matter is, whether the state law talks about it, whether the union contract talks about it, or whether the police and fire rules address it. And because I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to say it always depends on what the situation is that we're talking about. Because like I said, if it's a criminal situation where a crime has been committed, that's going out to the district attorney's office. We're not touching that. That's going to be investigated and taken care of by the DA's
But do the
office.
police department do the same thing if they file a complaint with the police department? Do the police department have a legal obligation to pass that over to the district attorney office as well?
If there's a crime?
There's crime.
If someone's complaining of a crime?
I mean, because you're saying that the police department will have the discretion if it's major or minor, right?
So let me just interject here. As of right now, we said that we're going to discuss this on our next agenda. It's already on our next agenda. I think, and also furthermore, we just have in writing by then, and are you able to provide when an outside investigator,
See, that's what I'm saying. We're going to be able to, all the story talking about, we're going to be able to go through all of it.
I mean, I don't know that I have to put it in writing because it's simple as if the Police and Fire Commission or somebody else voted to do that.
Okay.
There's not a specific rule or any kind of analysis beyond
That's
that
why I
I could
said put in the
really...
committee.
So it's their discretion.
Yeah.
That's why I said put in the committee between them. There's got to be something between them.
And then the other thing that I think is important to know is what is the difference between major and minor?
We need to put on the agenda for our next meeting a better understanding of the role of the Fire and Police Commission, because Hannah, you said something. You said that the Police and Fire Commission can overturn any of the rules. So I need to know if any of the recommendations for city ordinances or changes that we are recommending today could be overruled by them. We need to understand that process.
No, their own rules, not the ordinances or anything. Just their internal operating procedure, like their meeting procedure and other things. They cannot overrule any decisions that are made by the Common Council
or the state
or state law.
And we're looking at scheduling. There was a discussion about meetings a month. I'm looking at July 22nd
Right
or
now, I do,
29th.
because that's how it's
I
written.
want to know what the majority
That's what we
prefers.
heard.
Whether one is July 22nd or
Yeah.
29th works better for the majority.
But we with them to change the state law too. But they still is a part of that.
No, they're not.
They can team up with. I think that's what
Either
they're talking about.
is
Teaming up with
fine
David
for me.
and everybody to
Okay,
change
so
that
I'm
law.
hearing
Jonathan
majority
was
for
talking
the
about it to
night,
write up the
You know, those are Wednesdays, we typically meet on Thursdays, so we're talking
And
about.
make amendments to how they operate.
Alright.
So they would have to take that to their state
So,
legislators to
Right, right,
change
right.
23rd or the 30th,
and
thank
what
you.
power they can and cannot have. That's all that would be state.
Yeah, for sure.
30th.
But either way, it still gotta be a committee between it. They gotta be something. They can't continue to fucking get the cases and send it back to the police.
Milwaukee has the strongest fire police commission
Oh,
in
you
the
know.
country because they got the power to do investigations, to call reports, to fire the chief, to fire the police officer, to implement, to make the police officers change standard operating policies. They got that
Yeah, we'll have the meeting on July.
But Wauwatosa, you can see, is different. They only got
Yeah, sorry for like it. It's set up better, but it's
but they just not using it.
no, they aren't using it the right way. In Milwaukee,
Commission get a copy of
They can say
it's set up to help us. Right. But it's set up for them. Right.
There's
they
a
can
copy
say,
attached to
they can run
the
them up too.
packet.
That's the problem.
Yep, it should be just part of the whole.
You gotta change your
Did any of
state
you guys have a
procedures
chance to read
by
that?
next month,
Really,
and
really
if you
quick.
don't do it. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
and
So they
it
gotta
confirms other things that I had read and understood about that incident too, so.
Regarding
We still gotta figure out a way to put something in between them so they can't send that shit back to the police. Like the police get a plank, send the fire police commission, they send it back to the police. Yeah.
Wanted us like to call out the cancel culture and say that citizens really should. And that, you know, possibly they shouldn't have been fired. Regarding the George Floyd I Can't Breathe sign at Anytime Fitness. So this is our first citizens letter. Hannah, do I have to reply to that?
No, I think it was actually directed
I like my
to large people in the city. It's up to you whether or not you want to formally respond or just address it verbally.
Well, I'm trying to get in trouble with you. Formally.
Don't get in trouble with me.
But I'll let the commission weigh in. I mean, I read it. I want to make sure you guys can weigh in as well. Do you guys think we need to respond to that or whatnot? We have you guys look at my response before I respond. Okay.
But I appreciated that you calling for people to take a deeper look at incidents and not to make, judgments. And the only thing I want to say about that is that we're doing a lot more talking about race in general, and a lot of times when people, especially if people are new to it, there's a lot of potential for people to hurt other people's feelings, to stumble and things, and that, so I appreciated that about his sentiment. I don't know if there's anything for us to do.
No.
But yeah, I want to encourage people to try to be helpful, and when they make mistakes and things, to not get to, be able to recover from that and to stick with it.
Yep.
If their heart is in the right place.
Yeah, I could write a whole 20-page paper in response to that letter as a discussion on why this person felt to take the time and energy to write the Equity and Inclusion Commission about somebody getting fired that put a sign that was extremely offensive out at Anytime Fitness, referencing this workout. In the end, it was like, don't you dare stop breathing, or something of that nature to the language in the sign. If they can understand why that would be offensive to a black person, then they in turn need the diversity inclusion training.
That's right.
And this is why
That should be mandatory.
One thing that we can do in our response, responding to letters like this, professionally respond and tell them on why we agree or don't agree with what they're saying. Cancel culture is bad, and why they shouldn't have got fired for an I Can't Breathe sign. Then you could write a 3-page letter to Breonna Taylor's district attorney and tell them to arrest those 3 officers. To write a letter about Anytime Fitness. So I just think that, we can respond. I can respond professionally and let you. Go ahead, Mark.
Normalize the conversation around race.
Right.
That's a work that we have to do as a community.
Correct. It's the perfect time to educate.
Not to make it complicated.
I will not write anything formally until I have the commission review that, and I can have something by the next meeting.
That's fine. I think I'll chime in, Sean. I think we're here to listen to citizens. The room was packed today. Like, that's why we exist. Is we should be hearing all of this and having discussion about it and trying to see what we can do in order to make our city inclusive and welcoming to everyone, so that everyone feels protected and safe when they're here. And so that includes anyone who wants to voice any opinions to the commission by email. Like, people should continue writing to us and showing up and speaking out, and we should demonstrate that we are here to listen and take action.
I agree.
Well, you know, the city of Cudahy just introduced legislation that racism will be a public health issue. It might be something that you might want to look at as your next piece of legislation.
Public health crisis.
Public health crisis.
Nicholson and former county executive agent introduced that. So Milwaukee County is Milwaukee County.
Gotcha. That's what that was county legislation. Thank you.
Dave Payne has his hand up on Zoom, so I would like to hear from him.
Yes, he's the author.
Yep. Come on in, Dave. I'll give you the floor. Yeah, I can hear you.
So, you know, when the incident happened, hold on one second. We can't see you. We see your background.
I see your picture, but we can't see you.
So your
We need to make a recommendation, and then I'll recall
I can hear you though.
I'm just gonna not bother. I don't want to take up any more of your time. So, you know, I meant that letter with a sense of heartbreak for any pain that incident might have caused the wider community, and basically what I wanted to relay to you all is to trace the origin of the workout. It's from a tribute workout by this first responder in Raleigh, North Carolina, an African American man. And the origin of the workout was in tribute to the pain of that we're all feeling. So the reason why I passed it along is not out of defense or, boy, you know, my heart breaks for Breonna Taylor. Go down the line. The reason why I share it with you all is because I think that there was a severe misunderstanding that this actually wasn't a gesture of disrespect. It just the way the story unfolded, it made it look like something very, very ugly. And I'm wishing that it looked very, very ugly. But when I looked at the origin of the workout, the challenge was doing that was intended. So I just wanted you all to hear me. Just to know that, because I'm sure you all heard about it. It caused pain in our community. I think this young man was trying to be in solidarity with, you know, and it wasn't a gesture of disrespect. So I sent that along just to pass along context that I felt like, you know, we could all afford some grace and patience to each other. But it isn't in no way, you know, am I going around saying, I'm not weighing this as being any, like, invite him to the committee.
Here's my issue. I'm gonna let you respond to me, Dave, okay? I'm not cutting you off. I want to make sure you know that, okay? I'm gonna let you respond, but I just want to interject here.
Yes.
Here's my issue, and I'm black. My dad's black, my mom's white. I'm a minority. Yes. So here's my issue. The fact that you had time to write this letter defending an act, even if it wasn't deemed to be racist. That's like if I go to the Hispanic community and I say or do something wrong and they tell me it's racist, it's racist. If I go to the Asian community and I do something wrong and they tell me it's racist, it's racist. Right. If I go to the LGBT community, something to offend them and they tell me it's offensive, it's offensive. So that's the thing. This is why people have to have a diverse set of friends, period. So next time before you write that, I would call my black friend and be like, is this appropriate for me to write? If I'm going to write a letter to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce on something that they completely thought was offensive, they national news, they national outlets, I'm going to talk to my Hispanic friends. Should I chime in on this? Because I saw that you guys said it was offensive. So for the fact and I understand you said you care about what happened with Breonna Taylor, you care about what happened with George Floyd and these other people, but the fact that you had time to write this letter defending the actions, that's where I have a disconnect.
I did speak to a black friend of mine about it.
It's easy to say that now.
Order, I said he can respond. We're gonna make sure he's a citizen of Wauwatosa as well.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go ahead. Hey, y'all, let him go ahead, y'all. He repeating back what he was saying, so let him. It's okay in this instance.
Shut your ass up.
Order. You need to be respectful of everyone.
And he was like, I think you could offer some context. I wrote one of our state representatives about it. Myers, the optics on this went really bad, No kidding. So I did speak to various friends of mine, and at the heart of it, if it looked like a deeply racist gesture, I wanted to be able to just to offer context and clarify that there was more going on there. It's not to defend a racist gesture, it's to say there is more context here. Can we just be careful sometimes? That's all.
Sean. Chair Lowe.
Please.
Lafayette has the floor.
It's intent versus impact.
You might be disappointed. I just want to say, I think this is one of the things that we do want to talk about here, and I'm going to disagree a little bit with Sean with the idea that if someone black says it's racist, then it's racist, because there are some folks who are going to look at this and not see it as racist. I'm glad to know the additional context. I think it was a horrible idea. I think it shouldn't have been done. I think sometimes, even when you have compassion, you need to just have your compassion and put it somewhere else instead of trying to do something like this, which is a little too cute by half. I think the other thing that we're not talking about here is the fact that it had the kneeling imagery. Knowing this context now, my guess is that this kneeling is not supposed to be the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd, but that's absolutely what I thought when I saw it. That's supposed to be a depiction of the officer. It sounds like that's probably somebody either kneeling because of the workout, they're kneeling because of when people kneel, in front of the flag to show that they're disappointed in what the country is doing. And so the execution here is a failure on every level. And I do think we have to be careful about just straight up canceling people. But I'm glad, for one, to know the context behind it, because it gives me a little bit more hope for humanity, because that just looked like one of the grossest things I'd ever seen.
Me too.
Okay. Tiffany Henry.
Thank you, Chair Lowe. I'm going to make it very, very quick. I understand. I'm not sure what the person's name who was on the Zoom. Mr. Who? Mr. K. So thank you for being present virtually. However, it would have been good for you to be present physically. And also the person who you're speaking on behalf of, for that person to be able to make that public comment as well. Because I think it's about, for me, this is my interpretation of it. So perception versus intent. Our perception of it was intentionally disrespectful. That may not have been the way that he wanted to come across. However, during this very enhanced, divisive, frustration moment, it created just another layer of frustration that wasn't needed. So therefore, in this moment in time, rather than continuing to provide context to what the thoughts behind it, in this moment in time, the best judgment of character is saying, hey, let me just understand that I made a wrong decision, and let me right that wrong. And let me right that wrong so that way I take a stand and I have a better understanding and I'm learning, and I not just do it behind somebody else, I do it publicly. Because my offense was made publicly. So therefore, the correction of that has to be made publicly. Yes. So that way the people who took offense to it know it. They feel it, they hear it, they see it.
That's right.
So I get what's being said because I understand this body, this commission has to take on these types of conversations. And these are uncomfortable conversations, but they're needed conversations in order for everybody to get an understanding as to where this city stands. But I also want to say that it sets a precedence as to what other communities will do and how you will respond to it. And what you will say about your residents, about citizens of this community, and that we won't accept it, we won't tolerate it. We appreciate you speaking out, but the speaking out also has to be sometimes being quiet. And understanding the moment and understanding the time in which we are in. And that if you don't have an understanding of it, maybe privately go to somebody and get an understanding of it. But not make things of that nature and put them out to the world. So now everybody has this perception of what the city of Wauwatosa is, because when one person does it, it's representative of everybody. So now you got to come and do damage control and clean it up. Right. And we don't want to hear no more apologies. Just stop doing stuff that you have to be sorry for later. That's right. So I commend you guys, but I challenge you all to continue to have these courageous conversations. Continue to have these uncomfortable conversations. Uncomfortable conversations for all of you. Yeah. For all of us. Because it's needed. You guys, again, are setting a precedence even tonight. This is a blueprint for what could be discussed and what could be the mantle, the mantra of how surrounding communities and surrounding neighborhoods, the action that they can take. So I just want to applaud you, but I also challenge you. Chair Low, you know I know you, so I'm gonna continue to stay behind you. I'm gonna also tell you privately and publicly, but I'm just glad that this is happening. But I wanted to address you, Mr. King. Thank you.
I want to say something. I'm gonna be real quick. I think like it's intent versus impact. You have your intent and then you have your impact. Negligence is never a reason to break the law. If I sleep with a 15-year-old girl and I say I didn't know I was negligent, I'm still going to jail. So when people talk about they negligent, that's not an excuse for your insensitivity towards racism. Thirdly, you apologized, wrote this letter, not the person that did it. You know what I mean? So, it makes no sense. So when you talk about accountability, I still don't see accountability from the individual that posted the Anytime Fitness. And fourthly, I'm going to say this as polite as I can to all white people. Stop putting yourself in front of the movement. It's not your movement. If you don't know what to do, ask for advice. Ask somebody what you should post. Stop jumping out there in the Black Lives Matter movement, just posting stuff like it's your movement. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's why y'all keep making these mistakes, because y'all trying to jump out there and just post anything and say anything when you should get some suggestions from other people. So it's an intent versus accountability. Negligence is not an excuse for anything that you do. The person that said it needs to apologize and stop jumping in front of the movement and ask people what you can do to support it before you make decisions like the ones you make, and we'll get a stop to all of this, and you won't be having to come back and trying to save nobody. That's pretty much what I got to say about that.
We all definitely need a diverse set of friends, and we can't do anything without conversation and moving things forward and understanding each other, again, before mistakes are made, like the one made at Anytime Fitness. Dave, did you have any further comment?
Let's wrap that up. We heard enough from Dave.
Really have. Thank you.
He might put up cuss.
You know what? You're right. I appreciate the fact that this person did apologize to the owner. They did explain that the execution was poor, but the intent was a positive one. However, I think that the firing was appropriate. I think you use it as a learning opportunity to realize that we need some cultural competency and then move forward with another job.
Wait. Hold on now.
No.
Okay. Let me clear that up. All right.
I'm sorry to keep asking, but who was that that just spoke? Oh, that was Kristen.
All right.
Doctor.
It is 10 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Wait. Hey, hold on. Alvin Cole's mom had one request, Sean, before y'all go. Alvin Cole's mom had a question for you guys. You guys said you felt bad about what happened and everything. You felt sorry for her loss. And you all saw how the police department did not support and how egregious that was. So she was wondering if she could get some type of support for you guys to show that the police department was egregious in the way that they were insensitive and apologizing for what happened to her son. She wants to know if she can get your guys' support on that.
So Melanie, put that in the agenda for the next meeting, that the commission will actually formally discuss a written apology from the commission.
Thank you so much.
What did we get tonight and why is it important?
Pretty much all the stuff that they had on the list, we pretty much got the chokeholds, and I just wanted to explain to the asphyxiations because of George Floyd. He didn't die from the chokehold. Anytime that you lose a loss of breath, you should not be able to do any kind of leg, knee, hold, one hand. For 20 years, they haven't here had any way to track their racial discrimination. So it was very important that we find out how long they haven't been tracking it, why they stopped tracking it, what their plan on tracking it was, and the clear language on that. I don't care about just saying we're going to track it. I want to know that you're going to track it. Everyone pulled over, everyone stopped, everyone detained, and everyone asked, can you just please stop for a second? All of those should be, so we can see how often black people are being stopped by that. I think the no-knock warrants were a victory to ban no-knock warrants so they can't just bust into this house and black people get killed from that. We just had a lot of victories tonight. I'm very excited. I think that everything that we asked them to get passed, that pretty much was on our side. To have a commission, a council that's literally on the side of the people is what the goal is. If we can get this duplicated in Milwaukee, then it'll be a success everywhere.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, cool. Do you have a second to say why you're here, what you did, and what you feel after this meeting?
I was here to support the family of Alvin Cole, but some of the stuff that they had going on in Wauwatosa, we've been living here forever. You can't drive here, you can't park here, you get pulled over. So the racial discrimination that's done here, we wanted to fight that. So the suggestion to implement some of the things, we didn't know they were actually going to be on our side, so we were happy about that. Instead of just driver license and when you're pulled over, just accountability. For 20 years, they haven't had any racial discrimination accountability on who they're pulling over, why they're pulling them over, what they're being pulled over for. It's not public record. They're not keeping track of it. So we wanted to have some type of accountability to say, hey, man, you messing with black people more than other people. They don't even have they have the data, but they haven't been releasing it or pulling it from other data. So, and also I wanted to expand on that as far as like adding policy that made it so that if you were just stopped or detained or said, hey man, I want to question you or search you, that those would be added instead of just like when their name is ran, because they clearly said it's not important when they stop black people for them to keep that data. That's what he said. I think the chokehold thing was important to expand on like how George Floyd died and to have them expand on the actual chokeholds and asphyxiations. I thought that was important. The no-knock warrants was very important to get those banned as well. So the last thing we're going to work on next time we come is the Fire and Police Commission having the ability to give things back to the police. That's kind of out of control. They're still policing themselves, and we would have to have that on the state level, but everything that we have here I think was amazing today. It's a beautiful victory, and just to have friends on the council that are actually working with us is an amazing experience.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You know them sound bites are one. You give me one question, I give you everything you need.
Every citizen. If black citizens don't feel safe in the community, that means that every citizen don't feel safe in Black Lives Matter. Sean Lowe, SEAN, I'm the chair of Thank you.
No, my brother, man.
You already know. Mark House, baby. Mark's House.
When I saw you, I was so happy, man.
Man, let me get a picture with you.
So let me get over there. You already know. I need a picture with you.
And things of that nature, but
hot mic.
Oh man, yeah. Turn that off. Turn off that hot mic. We don't need them private conversations. This is my boy right here, man. You look shorter for some reason, bro.
You know how happy I am. The stuff that you're doing.
Man.
All for Marshall. Me, you, Mandela, Jeanette, and Jamal out here doing the work.
To run into each other in these like unforeseen circumstances to know we got each other back, though.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, for change, bro. We're not fighting. We're on the right side of history, bro.
It got to.
Man,
got to.
I was
Frank
like,
got the streets, I got the boardrooms. And that's what it's about. You got to attack this from all lanes and any lanes. This civil rights movement takes us all doing the work and that accountability. And this man right here, man, it's just so good to see Frank.
Black man that gets to actually say how you feel.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm always going to keep it 100.
You know what I mean?
Don't
You're
let
in
the
a
suit
position-
fool y'all.
Oh, yeah. No. I need your number, bro. You got your card?
I'm going to keep it 100.
Get your card.
No, I'll DM you.
Yeah, for just here, type it here.
Okay.
You know we can't say it on the line.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, I wish Ben was here, bro, but that's about it. Guess what? Doran was with me yesterday. Doran Kemp. He came. He just ended up being at Mayfair. And he loved it. He was going crazy. You know he run the Fire Cadet program, so anybody that's got a kid between the ages of 17 and 19, he just pretty much get them in the Fire Cadet program.
That's dope, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
You know Jonathan Bristow?
Oh, of course.
Of course. Nice, Sean. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
What'd you think?
It's my best, one of my closest friends.
Marsh
man.
House? Marsh House?
It's always good to see the ones that don't change on you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's been a long
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for keeping it open so long too.
Yeah, I know, man.
We
She
still
was
got
mad
it.
at
I
me.
know.
I'm like, man, I'm not gonna close.
Right.
I'm just letting you know what's up.
You with us? I had to explain, like, bro, he's actually trying to help us right now. He's trying to pass this stuff.
I'm trying to
a
help.
lot of emotions, and it's, you know.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know how people
It's
do.
emotional
We
situation.
don't even know where to. Sometimes we don't know where to put our anger. So anybody that we see that represents where to put it, we just automatically go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it was 4 topics, and we should have just only talked about those 4 and recommended the ones we want to talk about for the next meeting. Yeah, but it also helped though.
We have to educate our people how the government works. And that's part of what I try to do. You know, but
Right.
we gotta be in the place too.
We got to know when to go to the Common Council, the Fire Police Commission, to the Senate. Go ahead, do your interview. I'm gonna hit you later, bro.
Yeah, you got my number.
Yeah. Got you. Thank you, bro.
Exactly, but our eyes have been wide shut for so long.
I thought we got one. Let's do it. I thought we just got one. You forgot that quick? Oh, you got on my live and forgot. Man, you got me looking all small, bro. Hold on. Let's lean this back. Let's lean this in like this. Hold on, bro. Bam.
The reality of it is, had Floyd not happened, we still wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah, boy. Man, you keep doing what you're doing. You already know.
I heard about it, but
What dude spamming and trolling? They can spam and troll all they want. They're not on the board. Listen, y'all can be mad all y'all want, but listen, white people been doing it for years. Having political friends that agree with them and pass things and influence. And I know it's upsetting. I know it's bothering y'all, but so the people that's trolling just upset that white power is ending and black power is beginning. It's a painful experience to see black power rising and white power falling apart. You know, that's all. So when people mad, they're just mad. Don't. Which dude is it? Doran Kemp, not Dorian Kemp. Oh, Deasia Jones. Oh wait, hold on. Where is
Well, actually, every 2 minutes.
Huh?
Matt Stippen.
Oh, Frank Nitty.
I'm one of the aldermen as well.
And
I actually head up the
helped-
Government Affairs Committee, so
he helped make this happen. It was very supportive as well.
That's very dope, bro. I mean, it's people don't understand. It's long overdue, but that's not your fault.
No, he's making it happen.
This board's been around a
my
year.
fault as much as anybody's fault.
Exactly.
And you're making
But you know what I mean, like it's only been around a year. They're trying to make changes. We got to go ahead and see what they can do first before we kill them for the past. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like a new blood. Like all the people on that panel were like people that seemed like they were really like for equality. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I want to talk about it. So I know what I'm doing. 414.
Yeah.
and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I came down.
Has been very supportive as well.
That's
both
amazing.
of them,
I appreciate it.
But
Did you guys just come off the Zoom screen? I'm just kidding.
well, she'd been here the whole time, man.
No, I'm just joking because
Yeah, totally.
I mean, having you guys here, it's amazing. You guys gotta keep it coming. This is
Oh,
how
for
it gets
sure.
done.
Yeah, exactly. You know, hey man, I might move them up. I might give me a house in Wauwatosa, man. They making changes faster than Milwaukee. they making changes faster than Milwaukee.
Black people, you're gonna hold people accountable for breaking the law or abiding by the law. You have to hold yourselves, the officials, accountable. You gotta hold yourselves accountable for following and abiding by the law as well. No one is
Jacob Luna. Oh, block Jacob Luna. Okay.
It stops. It has to stop.
So thanks for your work, and honestly, I meant it when I said I can see your passion. I hope you don't think I was dismissing.
No.
I feel like I wasn't getting my point out about the budget. We can afford whatever we get.
Absolutely. You definitely can. The
How you doing, buddy?
budget is there.
How you doing?
Thanks for broadcasting. I've been following you constantly.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I like seeing what you're doing. It's
I was
hard
shocked
for
so
me
many
to
people were
understand.
watching. So many people were watching.
No, I mean it's just good to see kind of that direct conduit to where you're at, what you guys are doing. So
No, we appreciate people that are trying to help change and make things equal.
And I don't think that's as
We all
big
come
as
from
a
diverse
hurdle.
backgrounds. We can't expect everybody to understand everything. But as long as they understand equality and like
and that frustration is because we haven't figured out how to get that conversation.
Yeah, well, frustration also is because on the government level, we've been lied to, and the laws have been like so loose and so bad. Oh man, I didn't think of that language.
Because we're not
like
being,
with the
we're not
choking,
being intentional enough.
right? Like the chokehold thing. I'm like, well, you know, George Floyd died with a knee on his neck.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or a knee on his shoulder, or elbow, or someone says, I didn't choke him, I did this. You know what I mean? And so it's a choke hold maybe banned, but a choke move.
And in the middle of all this, it's the same activity right after, right? And
Exactly.
responding to people that are complaining about the problem.
Yeah, so, but no, I appreciate you, bro. I know you're on our side. I think sometimes you guys are trying to be thorough. People don't understand because it's like some stuff you guys can't do. You're not that,
There's ways to get it
you're not
done
that
right.
branch of the
Make sure we get it
government.
done the right way.
Right. But thanks, man. We building a working relationship, and that's important.
I just asked them in passing. I just said, hey guys, how you doing? Good. Just a quick question. How do you feel? Like, how do you feel as a person? Not as an officer, not as a person in blue. How do you feel about Alvin Cole being murdered by Joseph Nixon? It's in no comment.
How would you all feel?
How do you feel? Do you have any, as an officer in blue, seeing that the world hates you all right now, and it's not you didn't do it, you did not kill Alvin Cole, you didn't kill George Floyd. How do you feel knowing the world is against the job that you do because you signed an oath to protect us? We don't feel protected by you. How do you feel? How does that feel waking up every day knowing you're doing a job where you're hated by the world?
Yeah. How's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
Doing all right. I'm on my camera. Is that fine? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's fine. But I just don't want you to record it. Like working past time. Okay. So we couldn't do it on.
So that's what, like, for me, I was like, we definitely need to be recommending what's on their agenda. And then some of the stuff, like, I don't think actually, so everybody else will sit out.
Are you guys walking out this way?
Where the cars at? Okay, yeah, we'll go.
Yeah, it's out that way. I can let him out too.
Okay.
I agree 1,000%.
And the other thing too, you know,
Parking lot.
Okay.
No.
Go back to your point
Yeah,
earlier.
bro. And that was the whole thing. Not only that, you spend a lot of time talking about stuff we can't get done. That's the education that we need as people.
And getting distracted. Another discussion about someone else wants to have. Right? That's a at one point, everybody was up in the line. No shooting, that's what we're all protesting like this. And no shooting, that's what we're doing. Right? And we're down up in arms about it. So they're supposed to be shooting us with love. But in the middle, where the thin sheet of rubber, I got a friend that got now, who literally has no real habit of some other things. Doesn't matter what it is. So,
I'm with you. That's why we gotta, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Because that's how I was feeling too. That's why I said the only victory I felt were real with them was the racial. And because they 20 years haven't been on the data. Because then once you get the data, then you can come back and press them about it. Like, that's right. Even they talking about 10 days, and then they said, but they said after 10 days, they just have to acknowledge they received it, and then there's like no time frame to send it back. That was egregious.
but it's not in reality.
For like Alvin Collins, they asked for stuff. They told them they can give it 10 days after they acknowledge it, but they don't have to send it until they're ready.
No, I think the state law for the records is that they have to be expeditious about it.
Yeah.
As fast as they can.
Yeah, but but when you was up there, they said, you know, he was like, we filed it on June 18th.
But so it's a minimum of 10 days to respond, or a maximum. It's not a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, maximum 10 days to respond.
Right.
But then they don't have to actually deliver the document. So when they asked about
But they don't
delivery,
have to do it in the 10 days because of the type.
But he was like, and that could take, he didn't even give a time frame on how long it takes. I started to go back and ask, well, how long did it take the last time I asked?
See, and that's the
But,
question.
yeah.
Because then it doesn't take a year or two. I mean, it shouldn't.
But we had to move on.
And honestly, at the end of the day, let's face it, we've been doing this shit for 500 years.
Right.
If it takes a month to get the shit together,
it's fine.
let that be, right? It's, you know, this is a struggle that's not going to get solved.
Exactly.
If it doesn't get solved for me, hopefully for my kid.
Yeah, I don't expect it all to change in my lifetime anyway. If it does, that's amazing.
Well,
You can. It seems there's something like you
well,
can.
if it does, and unfortunately,
On the city level, at least.
there is a lot of change that can happen. There's a lot of change that can happen if we got you. You know, because a lot of the guys that are
oh yeah, right.
But then when they start coming in pain, then they might have to do something. You don't want to push them too hard.
Right.
That will get defensive.
That's why Alvin Cole's mom wasn't to draw her, even though it was like out of context, it was perfect for emotional to grab them to make them a real person again instead of just polishing the law to think about a real actual person. Yeah, man, when you get out, I think there's a bunch of people outside. Thanks, bro.
Be safe, bro.
Appreciate it. Sorry, y'all. Had to have a private conversation. So we was talking about like what I had a problem with in the first place, which is them controlling the narrative of what we asked for. There's a lot of people out here, man.
I know, man.
So
Keep doing the work, Frank.
hey, you know what they said? They said like at one point there was so many people out here after the live, because I was live, so everybody just kind of pulled up here.
Right.
We ain't had this many cars when we first came, yeah. Love you, bro. I'm gonna start my live over, y'all.
They got the right though.
Actually diverse in reflection to the population and the demographics in MILWAUKEE. Our commission is diverse. Keep in mind, we do have people on Zoom. We have 2 high school.
They got the right though.
Actually diverse in reflection to the population and the demographics in MILWAUKEE. Our commission is diverse. Keep in mind, we do have people.
They got the right though.
Actually diverse in reflection to the population and the demographics in MILWAUKEE. Our commission is diverse. Keep in mind, we do have people on Zoom. We have 2 high school students that are even on our commission as well. Again, it is diverse and it's actually reflective of the population.
Everybody not here.
Hey, speaking of the people on Zoom, my lawyer Kimberly Motley has been on there since y'all started, but no one clicked on her to speak on any topic yet. I'm confused. Can you pull her up? Because her hand is raised.
She's black and white.
She's black. She's black.
My lawyer is black.
She's on there. Can you pull her up? The one that's working the cameras up there, the Zoom. Can you pull her up? Her hand is up.
They don't care about the black people.
You don't want to hear what she got to say? She got to say something on this topic, but I would hope she can speak before you move on.
And
They don't care.
we take public comment or how do we Zoom? Who's controlling the Zoom?
As a panelist, she can unmute herself.
She's not a panelist.
She's not a panelist. Sorry. Thank you.
I believe they can write in the chat, right?
Man, we want to hear
Her hand has been up, like you've been clicking on everybody else.
Get it together.
Do you want to recognize the speaker? In the chair, please tell me.
Yes, so we're working on technology in order for her to speak.
Kimberly Motley, I see her name. It's right there. She's on there.
I'm not controlling the Zoom. Hold on, so order. So I work with IT. They're saying she's unmuted, so I will give her the floor. Can you hear me? Kimberly?
Can you move that box off the?
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you take that off?
Well, I have 2 questions, and I do appreciate that you all are a new commission, and you guys are doing a lot within a short period of time, so I do acknowledge that. Now, Captain Zettner, he talked about in the beginning about the open records request, and I know that we have 10 days to respond to the open records request. We put in an open records request on June 18th, as well as June 21st. We asked for 28 specific items that take an intern in front of a Xerox machine to give us our documents. So I'm wondering, are we going to get our documents within the 10-day time period? Or is it they just had to send me that email to acknowledge they received my records request within the 10-day period?
This item isn't on the agenda of the open meetings law.
Next question, Kim.
And he said that in this meeting, that you have 10 days to respond. So I'm just seeking more clarification on what the captain spoke about at the beginning of this meeting.
They don't know.
Any answer no? Quiet like a church mouse up there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the question,
Speaking, Jim?
I believe
Jim is speaking.
Correct. Jim. So I believe the question is Motley is asking in reference to, Captain Vetter had stated that when an open records request is filed, the department or the city has to be responsive to the individual requester within a 10-day time frame.
And my understanding, and I'm looking to Captain Vetter to clarify, is that that is to acknowledge and or clarify exactly what they're looking for. I'm looking to Captain Vetter to say what happens within 10 days.
That description is accurate, yes. And then after that 10-day time frame, it can take a range of time depending on what actually is requested to get that data back to the requester.
Kimberly, has it been 10 days?
It's going to be 10 days next Tuesday. I just wanted to know if we're going to get it within the 10 days. And it sounds like they just have to acknowledge receipt of it within 10 days, and then we get the documents whenever. So
Exactly.
I'm understanding that correctly. So I believe, let me just say this, I believe there is a strong public interest in making sure we receive our documents as soon as possible, and I'll just leave it at that. One other question that I have, and then I'm done. I know according to the Fire Safety Commission Rule 10.01, it says that the commission shall hold regular meetings other than in the months of July and August. I'm asking for this commission to recommend, in light of everything, that the commission continues to hold its meetings in July and August, because I think that's important. I think that you have a captive audience and you have a lot of items on your agenda, especially as it relates to the police. So I'm asking the commission to, make that recommendation to the commission. To hold meetings in July and August, and also so that we can have our commission complaint meeting also within the months of July and August, because obviously there's a huge public interest with these hearings. So thank you.
I agree.
Yes, that's news to me about July and August being off. I don't plan on taking any months off for fighting for civil rights.
All right.
That's the only way I know how to. That's the only way I know how to operate, and I believe that I'm gonna let Mayor McBride weigh in on that as well. But we do have another meeting scheduled for next week. I want to make sure you guys know that. That's already on the books. Mayor McBride.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to two things that have just come up. The first is that there is a meeting of the Police and Fire Commission for July 16th to take up the complaint filed by the Anderson family. This whole discussion is not on the agenda, so it's not germane, but I just wanted people to know that. The question asked, or the point made by the gentleman in the audience about the commission not being diverse enough. The point was made that it is reflective of the diversity of Wallace House, but that's not good enough. In a statement that I made in public, on the media, on social media, and on the city's website a few weeks ago, I specifically asked people of color who are residents of Wauwatosa to apply for positions on city boards, committees, and commissions, so that we can have all the commissions, all the committees, all the boards be reflective of the diversity of Wauwatosa. And so, if anyone in the audience knows that, we can. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Leanne, I saw your hand up. Leanne.
Yes, Ms. Motley, I want to thank you for calling out the point about July and August being off. Further down on our agenda tonight, several commission members had requested that very thing. We think the need is there right now. We'd like to move to at least twice a month. There may be more of that. We just have to make sure we also have a quorum. And I want to second Mayor McBride's call to folks who are interested in, I agree, I think we do need to see more people. Feel free to reach out to any of us. We can tell you what it involves. And my term is up in 2 or 3 months, so let me know if you're interested.
We're interested. Don't worry. We'll be replacing you with somebody from the People's Movement. Don't worry about it.
This gentleman has had up a long time. I want to get him after him. I need to be clear. I have to, if we can't vote on these items, I don't have time, then nothing gets done.
For sure.
Right, so I just wanna make sure you guys are aware of that, right? So we gotta make sure that I can vote on these items to get things passed.
My name is Kurt Bennett. I'm actually from South Milwaukee. This is actually ties into both agendas 3 and 5. We were talking about implementing cameras, which will actually have its own data requirements, but we also have what we're discussing, having data analysts capture the data for these encounters of varying degrees. But what I haven't quite heard yet, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there anything going on to look into moving to a completely automated system instead of using an outdated and flawed data entry by human analysts?
Whoa. Do you know of other cities that are using automated systems?
I am not up to date on that. I've programmed systems like that, so I understand that it doesn't entail, if we have IT and we have analysts, then moving to the next step in 2020, I don't see should be that much of a burden, especially when you're looking at, again, item 5 is the body cameras. You're going to have to look into data collection and data storage anyways.
Sure.
It is the perfect time to also look into expanding how we're using our data and cross-referencing things, especially when we have so many databases in government and in police.
Right.
And in Wisconsin, we have the CCAP and other avenues which we can explore into. I'm a private investigator, so I know there's plenty of databases out there that I can look into with the right authorizations.
Okay.
We're in the future.
Yep.
Let's get our cities to the future.
We're not even, unfortunately, we're not even to the present yet because all of our officers don't have body cameras. I want to make sure that before, I leave this meeting tonight, that we can move forward, on funding for these items and making sure that they get phased in over time to where each officer even has a body camera, period.
Right. Sean, can I make a motion that all law enforcement police officers wear and are required to use body cameras? Can I make that motion?
They don't, right now, let me have a discussion on that before the motion because it's a funding issue right now. You can't make a motion on something item that we don't have. If I make the motion right now and say I want them all to wear anything tomorrow, if they're not in the lockers, that can't do anything. So the first step is to make sure they have to go to the governance commission, make sure we have funding for that.
Can we have a motion for funding for it?
Yeah.
Can we get a motion to get funding for it?
That's what's on the agenda, Frank. I can't get to it.
Okay, for sure.
That's on the agenda, Frank.
Okay, well, she's the one that asked. I figured your counsel would know. That's why I'm asking.
So, let me let Alderman Wilson weigh in for a second, okay?
So just as a political matter, right, which is how we have to work the process. If this commission feels by majority that that's something, I forget the initiative, there's a different initiative that we were talking about a couple weeks ago. But similar to that, I think we communicate from this commission an official position to the council and ask the council to have a committee take up the issue. Because again, we can indicate that this commission thinks it's a necessity, or we could even, I guess, say it's required. But unfortunately, this commission doesn't have that direct power. So what we need to do is form, again, a strong recommendation and then send that to the council with a strong recommendation and ask the council to assign a committee to consider it, or we could recommend it to a particular committee. And I know the Government Affairs Committee has considered that in the past.
Yeah, don't quit, keep puffing smoke.
Colleen, do you want to rescind that motion or amendment or rescind it for now?
Amend it to financing.
We can make a strong recommendation that the council take up a committee to request or find the funding for body cams for police officers.
I'm reading, everybody's sentiment here, and it's not the first time this commission has discussed it. We wanted to send a very strong statement that said equity, Inclusion Commission believes body cameras are a necessity. If we make that statement, tell the council that we suggest, right, and we're providing advice that that should be a priority for the city, and that they prioritize review and a decision on that topic. I think that's exactly the charter of this commission, and I think that's a strong message to the council that the group of people we pulled together here to give that kind of advice thinks that's what we should do. And again, we already have it in our sites and as items to consider in upcoming council meetings as quickly as next Monday. So
Makes that motion, Hannah, since we do have body cameras and funding on the agenda?
Yes, I will just highlight what Alderperson Wilson just said. Monday, there's a special meeting of the Wauwatosa Common Council for this particular purpose to discuss it. I know that Captain Vetter just wanted to add one thing to the general discussion before you vote on your motion.
I just wanted everyone here to know that the department has been preparing and researching, obtaining quotes from the providers, and are prepared for that presentation on Monday evening.
Y'all should have been had the dang all body cam. Yeah.
So
Call Trump asking for the money.
Make a motion, Colleen.
Yes, I'm losing, I'm not sure of the words to use based on what Alderman Wilson said, but I am Molly. Yes.
Can I ask
Want me to give it a try?
Yes. Question on a point of order. Are we bundling all of these recommendations together? Because there were some really good recommendations that need to be included about data collection and analysis. So do you want to bundle all of these at the end, Sean, or are we voting on them individually?
So I think that since there needs to be such strong wording in each of them,
Individually.
it would make more sense. So for clarity, let's do it individually. So
Right.
you want to do the data one first? You said you want to make a motion on the data?
I'm still being discussed about whether
Body cameras.
I thought wearing body cameras the law feels like
No, they got a
Leanne, go ahead. Leanne, go
Wauwatosa
ahead.
police. They got their own laws.
Yeah, I'm taking in all your thinking, Colleen. The Equity and Inclusion Commission strongly recommends to the Common Council that exploration be done for the full use of body cameras for Wauwatosa Police Department, and we so move.
I second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any discussion?
I just want to add,
Yeah.
yep, priority.
Prioritize that and have it in council
I'm sorry, they just did the data for racial.
Yeah, we mentioned the word explore in there. I think that word is not strong enough. I think what we're asking is that they implement it.
Yes.
And it's not about exploring feasibility, it's about doing it.
It has what to do what you're voting on. Earlier, your officer said there was no reason to keep track of people that were stopped that weren't getting tickets or arrested or stuff. But we feel it's a reason to keep that data as well. Would that data be included in the data? We don't just want the data from those being arrested. Every time you stop a black person and run their name, we would like that data too. And he clearly stated that data wasn't important, and that's why you guys aren't tracking that data. So, no, she was talking about the data. She talked.
Right now, I need to get your body camera.
Okay, I'm sorry. She said data. That's why. Okay, go ahead.
Scheduled to end at 7:30.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get a ban on no-knock warrants. I'm trying to get a ban on chokehold frames.
Yeah, go ahead. She said something about the data. Go ahead.
Right. So again,
She just clearly talked about the data.
Lafayette, if we're gonna, Deanna, do you want to rescind the motion, and then Lafayette, do you want to restate that?
I don't. I was just saying it on my head, but I could get rid of explore, demand. I'm all for a strong verb here because we want to see it done. And it sounds like Lieutenant Vetter, I'm really actually happy to hear that a lot of the legwork has already been done. So to Margaret's point, Mazarni's point, hopefully this is something that's going to happen quickly.
Order. I can't get anything passed for any community nationwide unless I get order.
We
can make these motions.
Everybody hands up for silence. Go ahead, sir.
All right.
I was saying with the use of body cameras, unless you actually have the computer systems to store that information, it's not feasible to have body cameras. Like you can obtain them, then how you can store that information. So I do agree.
Go over when it's a discussion, that's a problem. You guys try to just hurry up and rush through things. That's
I'm
the
not trying to
problem
rush
here.
through it.
Okay, the meeting is scheduled for 7:30.
It's not.
But if it's feasible discussion and it's
Guess what?
It don't work like that.
it's substantial, guess what?
I know.
Then
You
we
guys
need
are-
to leave. So if they leave, that means they really don't care about what the people have to
Hey, they
say.
have
We
to-
can't rush through these issues because Alderman Wilson sat here and stated that body cameras, this discussion has been on the books for the last few years. So I'm trying
They trying to vote for us. What's the argument? But they can't vote if we keep on stopping them from voting. They only been around a year.
Kill Antonio Gonzalez. Why was it not necessary then when the public saw a problem? Then he turned around, less than a year later, and killed Jay Anderson. So why was it not a necessity then? And then Jack, right before Floyd, February 2nd, Alvin Cole's Mile Pride today in Mayfair Mall, one single phone call. And we still got issues. We gonna shut this down, and then we gonna pass the law. Because this is unnecessary. Don't rush us through these issues. You sat here and stated we needed to know if body cams were necessary. Do you not see it necessary when your officer, one officer, killed 3 people?
It's very necessary. It's very.
They're trying to vote so that they can get the body cams right now. They can't get a time machine and go back in time. They can't go back in time.
This should be a topic 2020. This should have been a topic 5
But
years
what can we do today to change it? What can we do today to change it?
Get smart, man.
What was more necessary over the last few years than body cameras? To ensure, because over the last
If we don't have body cams today, it's our fault. Then I don't want to hear no complaints. If they saying they gonna do it, and we arguing with them, and they agreeing with us, so they trying to vote on it. Yeah, they trying to vote on us to have body cams. So they say, please let us vote for it. Let us vote for y'all body cams. Let us give y'all body cams to y'all.
precedence over the necessity of body cameras. Where did the funding go? Over the last year, because that was even just over the last year, who took precedence? What was paid for with this man's tax-paying dollars, because there's several Wauwatosa residents in this meeting. $8 go.
Wauwatosa taxes is way higher.
But these people agree with us. This is a board built a year ago, and they agree with us. These people agree with us. It's like if me arguing with you right now about body cams, and you telling me I'm gonna do it. If you just, it's you though. Dude is one of us. He keep on saying everything to make us cheer, everything we want to hear. He's trying to let us know he's on our side. You know what I'm saying? You're not.
Can I answer your question?
All your points are valid. Question made is extremely valid to me, and I'm the chair of this committee.
Okay, as the chair, you've been trying to rush us out though. So
What
don't
I'm
try
trying
to
to do
play
is
both
trying to vote.
He's trying to pass laws for us.
He paused.
With us, let him talk.
Let them talk.
Y'all think these white people gonna stay for an issue they don't want to stay for? Y'all tripping.
Talk it up.
Let him speak.
Y'all gonna let these white people leave because they don't care about this
Appreciate
issue.
your comments and your passion. I mean, it's quite clear this is important.
Yeah, but they're talking to themselves and shit.
Don't say that because some of your counterparts on the other side shows the division amongst your committee.
Yeah, but the division being at 7:30, they're gonna walk out. At 7:30, they're gonna walk out.
The whole time they've been on.
Right, and he keeps trying to tell us at 7:30 they're gonna walk out. So they don't have to stay.
On behalf of the police department, our fire chief is here via Zoom, our mayor is here via Zoom. They don't have a vote on the commission. I just want you to know that. They're here, they're non-voting members, the police officers. But I'm glad that they're here because they need to hear the voices of the community, right? And so I respect that. But I want you to know that they're non-voting members.
Innocent until proven guilty.
The point I was going to make is there's a process we have to follow. Those are the rules. We're going to work with these rules that we have to make what change we can make. And to your point of what took priority, the answer I think is everything. Because we decided, hold on, hear me out. As a council, and I've been a member of this council since 2010, as a council, we've touched on this topic. We have never taken a full vote of the full council on, is this a priority for us? In addition, let me finish, please. Let me finish. In addition, nobody ever asked, do we have the dollars to fund this issue?
Let them talk. Let them talk.
You misunderstand.
We need to have a discussion. It's enough discussions happening. So we need to discuss if the funding is the
Well,
where's the funding
we was finna get body cams. We was finna get no choke. We was finna get that stuff. But I don't think they want to vote on it. Yeah.
been a priority. If funding if what just came out of your mouth is that funding is not.
And the people that's over there that don't.
Some of y'all can't talk.
I'm letting them come here. What happened to discussion?
After they vote, we can still talk.
I don't think
Let them vote.
Say something. Has been discussed or what has been done towards implementation?
Do we want them to vote as the people's movement? Do the people's movement want them to vote? Do the people's movement want? The people's movement want them to vote. Okay, we got to be quiet and let them vote. As a group, we want them to vote. Ain't no individuals. We a group.
The elected common council of Wauwatosa has not made this a priority. So what we're trying to do here, you hear the comments from the folks on Zoom about how do we make this an even more direct and impactful and demand versus just let's look at it. That's what I as an alderman want to see. I want to see this commission make as strong a statement as possible about what this commission believes should happen. And I want that to go to the council, and I want my colleagues on the council to understand what's been recommended here, and I want us to do something about it. And I want us to take it up as a serious issue and take a full vote from the full council, and I want that to happen very soon. And I want the full council to take a vote first, and this is where the funny misunderstandings come in. First, do we think it's a priority? Do we need to have body cameras? I know that most of us here feel we should have had this discussion longer ago, right? And when you ask what do we prioritize, and I said everything, it's because we never chose that avenue of change. What's happening right now is this commission is trying to get a very strong statement to the council that the council needs to take up that change. And once the council decides it's time and we're going to take up that change, then the council will work to tell the city administrator and the mayor's office how we're going to spend those tax dollars that many of us here pay. But to me, it doesn't matter who in the room pays taxes in Wauwatosa. It's anybody that's involved in Wauwatosa, including all of you visiting tonight.
Three.
But even voting on that, we need them to vote on putting that on the next agenda so we can talk directly about it. They're not going to talk about it now. If we don't have them vote on that, we still not going to be able to talk about it. So it's important for them to vote on every. We already got their attention. That's why it became a priority, because we're marching. We don't got to say shit. We got their attention already. Now let them change shit, because they have to.
I can tell you that we didn't have the final
We ain't got to say
discussion that I think
nothing.
we're all driving for tonight.
What was the discussion around it? You said that means of policing was not explored. We didn't go towards body cameras. So then what was the resolution then? What was the result?
All we did, yep, all we have done so far is we ran a pilot, and we now have body cameras on motorcycle officers. That's all we've done, and I'm part of that process.
The result was not enough. The result was not enough was done.
We got to let them vote. We got to let them vote.
Nothing, you guys know nothing can change without voting.
Right. Thank you.
Right. Vote. Do it.
Well, I've been trying to.
We know. We know.
So, Lafayette, I'm gonna give you the floor to make the motion on it.
Okay, thank you. So I move that the commission recommends without reservation that in order to ensure transparency and accountability, the city of Wauwatosa ensure that the Wauwatosa Police Department implement the use of body cameras and appropriate storage systems for all officers as soon as possible and no later than July 1st, 2021.
They was gonna do that no matter what we said. Gotta let them vote. You gotta know when people are on your side.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item, ban of no-knock warrants. This is very personal to me because it makes me extremely sad and are not arrested. And even though one is fired, that's still not good enough because he belongs behind bars to me. That's my personal opinion. And so what we can do as a commission is make a recommendation so there is no Breonna Taylor incident here. So we met with Chief Weber last month, and he's saying that he agrees that no-knock warrant should stay in place in the city of Wauwatosa. And discussion, I want a complete ban of no-knock warrants I'm looking for. I'm not looking for any outs, but ifs or anything like that whatsoever.
So during our discussion with Police Chief Weber last time, he was making the statement that it's not always the police department that requests a no-knock. Sometimes it is the judge who requests the no-knock. So this ban would not just be the police department, but also through the judicial system.
Attorney Colbert, I see you behind that laptop. Do you mind giving us just a little background on the process over influencing action for the judge? I think.
If the police department wants to chime in, by all means. So what happens when the police department wants to get a search warrant is they put together what's called a probable cause statement. They type up a document that says what they believe the reason is that they think they have a right to go into whatever piece of property. In this case, let's use a house as an example.
This side is against black lives.
The description of the premises
This side is
that
for
they're
black
asking to
lives.
search,
It's
so the
clear.
address, what it looks like, that sort of stuff, and the items that they're searching for. So what it is that they think is in that house that is evidence of a crime. As part of that process, officers can apply for what's called a no-knock. So there's a presumption in the state of Wisconsin that officers have to knock and announce when they're conducting a search warrant. But there are times when officers feel for officer safety, destruction of evidence, or other things, that it may be better not to knock and announce. If that's the case, officers ask the judge to approve a no-knock search warrant. So they give a basis to the judge about why they believe that this may be a situation where a no-knock warrant is appropriate.
That's not good.
The judge can either agree or disagree to issue it as a no-knock
I'm
search
gonna
warrant.
ban them anyway.
All of that being said, even if a judge does in fact agree to issue a no-knock search warrant, officers are required to assess the situation when they arrive on scene. So, just because a judge has said, yes, we may execute this in a no-knock situation because of X, Y, and Z factors, if the officers show up and those factors are no longer the case, they have to reassess and reevaluate and knock and announce. And so, certainly the council could make the commission could make some sort of recommendation to the council about taking a position about that. There are a lot of factors, legally speaking, that
She irritated.
the council would not have the authority to change for Wisconsin state law, but certainly a recommendation could be made or a policy statement could be made about their use in Wauwatosa.
So you can't
We
vote.
think a
You
lot
can't,
about the Wauwatosa Police Department, but there's a lot of other law
can't sit here and
enforcement
vote
agencies
against
that
all these
practice
people.
here in the city of Wauwatosa that are
You
not
can't. It
Wauwatosa.
just looks goofy. So she's mad because they have to vote for us, no matter what. They gotta vote for what we're talking
Other
about.
municipalities, if
That's
the
why she
crime is
pissed,
in another
because everybody up there is
municipality, evidence
voting
exists in the city of
on
Wauwatosa,
everything that we want.
those police departments execute search warrants in the city of Wauwatosa, and federal agencies can also execute warrants. And so I think it would be worthwhile to have a discussion about how all of that would play together into a decision by the council to make that kind of a policy. For the commission, make a recommendation to the council to explore what their ability is to have a say in that process.
Nah, we're gonna go straight with the no knock. We don't want no recommendations on more information. We know the information.
So, Attorney Colbert, thank you. And I asked for that explanation. The council had a special meeting to talk just about this. Council administration, mayor's office can set the tone for how our own police department works. Make sure we're connected and understanding how the police department works, and expectations can flow back and forth. But I also do think it's an important point that while we, within the city limits of Wauwatosa, have some special purview, there are a lot of state laws that drive these things, and I think
Somebody share this so I get off.
before the common council has taken up.
I told y'all she against they against everything that we working on. Them over there. Look over there.
Another avenue for this commission to recommend is that not only that the council look at city operations, but also it felt important enough that it should be.
Any discussion? So I'm gonna make a motion. So I move that we move forward with the recommendation that the city of Wauwatosa Common Council legally in their right to ban all no-knock warrants period in their legal capacity and change the law as such in their authority.
Second the motion, Kristen, the Health and Tax Bank.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. See, no, nobody over there.
I got to go.
All in favor?
Gary and Jackie's, Gary, are you a?
Everybody, I think one of them are lawyer.
All right.
One of them is the lawyer. They don't get the vote.
Right. Okay. Is there any no vote? Okay. Jackie, go ahead.
Is that motion or, sorry, I can't remember what you said, but we either need to include in that motion or have a second motion that Common Council endorse a change in state law for no-knock warrants at the state level.
I agree. That's I agree. I'll own that one. That was on me. Jackie, go ahead and make that official motion. I agree. It should be a second motion. Let's call that out.
Sure. The motion that the commission recommends without reservation that the Common Council
They super red on this side. Look how red these people is.
ban the request of no-knock warrants and
They red as fuck.
the execution of no-knock warrants.
Let me show y'all.
Second.
Normal white people, white people when they're not mad. These are happy white people right here. Let me show y'all mad white people.
You hear me? I'm sorry.
How red they are.
I second it. All in favor?
They red as fuck.
Yeah. Any no's?
Happy white people.
Okay.
Angry white people. Y'all see the difference?
Can I interject to go back?
White people, see?
One is to
See
go
that
back
skin color?
to a motion on the demographic data. And
I know the difference.
use that as we move down the
We raised up 5 kids.
No peace.
No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't
Police. The mall closed. Hey yo, close your store. Store closed. The mall is closed. Hey yo, the mall is closed. Come on out of here. Close our doors. It's closed. Y'all closed. Come on out of here tomorrow. It's good, bro. Right there, bro. The people run this, not me. The people run this. We all run it. It's a black business. The people run it. Hold on a minute. Talk to me. The people run it.
That's the one who cussed Miss D out yesterday.
Wait a minute. Hey, listen.
This is who cussed Miss D out.
Wait a minute. I'm not here.
Yo, let Khalil talk.
I support y'all move.
Let that man talk, bro.
Wait a minute. Okay, come on.
We're finna figure it out right now.
Let's do this right.
At the end of the day, we support black business.
Thank you, brother.
Hold on a minute, yo. But at the end of the day, the mall is closed.
touched out yesterday.
Wauwatosa police officers, white people have separated their areas from us, but it's still Milwaukee County because they still get funded by our tax dollars. Anyway, in Wauwatosa, that's still their own police in these neighborhoods that white people pretty much control. It ain't no divide or nothing. You drive on 59th Street and you get to 60th Street, it turns blue. And when it turns blue, that's a different sign. You have one police officer killed 3 African Americans in the last 4 or 5 years. One person killed 3 African Americans unarmed in the last 4 years. 2 African Americans. He still got his job. So basically they killed a 4th person and they don't do shit about it. Until they either fire him or until they fire a police chief that's not actually doing anything, then we're going to continue to cause change, continue to hurt their pockets financially by boycotting the biggest mall. Boycotting the largest, most money getting the most monetized mall in the city. So this mall generates most of the income, especially for the Wauwatosa area. So a lot of people drive out here and shop.
We don't get it.
bro. Hey, come on out. Y'all closed. The mall closed, bro. The mall closed, bro. Come on out. It's a black bitch. Regardless, everybody got to close. The mall closed.
Is it black
closed? Yeah, it's still closed. Yeah, the mall ain't nobody gonna be in here. Ain't nobody gonna be in here. So yeah, when they get done, just go ahead and let them out.
Shut it
that y'all with us and y'all don't agree with what's going on in this community with the people getting killed. Yeah, you already know. We'll come back and spend money with y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'll come back up here and spend money with you. But right now, we all got to stand together. You know what I'm saying? Some people needed to ride the bus when Martin Luther King boycotted them, but they just couldn't. You just can't ride the bus at that time. You feel me? You can't cross the picket line.
But come and holler at us, man.
Yeah, it's all sporadic. We don't know. It's all spur of the moment.
Talk to me. We know that. We know that.
You know it's love, bro. As soon as we gone, open back up. You know, let your customers finish. Everybody else, we kicking their customers out. If we find out y'all a black business, go ahead and finish your business. You already know. And we'll come support y'all tomorrow. But today, we got to shut down the whole mall. You know what I'm saying? Love y'all. What's good? Chillin'? You already know what time it is. plug to my cousin business. Y'all come over here and shop with her. She right here at Mayfair. Business,
Really nice to meet you. I did that. God good. Proud of you, kid.
It's nice to meet you too.
Nice. God is good.
You gotta close. Now you know you fucking Starbucks. Close right now. Close. You know you gotta close. You fucking Starbucks. Turn these lights off. Turn these lights off. The lights off. Okay. Y'all close however y'all need to close. You close, right? The door's closed. Hey, yo! 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 Y'all closed, buddy. Close. Come on out. Come on out. No. Come on, leave. Ain't none of that throwing no fist up. Get your ass out of there. Ain't no throwing no motherfucking fist up. Leave. Get out of here. Shut it down. Let them out. Let them out. Shut it down. Let them out. Shut it down. Let them out.
They trying to get out. Yeah.
Let them out. We not coming in. Let them out. We not coming in. You gotta let them out. Let them out.
The ball is closed. The ball is closed. The ball is closed.
Let them out. Let them out now. It's over. Right now. Right now. Right now. Ain't no in a second. So we ain't coming in. We ain't coming in. We not coming in, but you gotta let them out. You can't lock people in your establishment. You on film locking people in your establishment. We not coming in, but y'all gotta let people out. That's a fire hazard. That's a fire hazard. You can't lock them in. Let them out. Let them out. Let them out. What's going on? Let them out. Let them out. They won't let the people out. They won't let the people out. They won't let them out. Fuck that throwing your fist up. These people want to leave. They want to leave. These people right here, they want to leave. Okay, come on, let's go back this way. Right. Come on, let's go back this way. Go ahead. I got them. Give them two. Let them out. Let them out. We're not going to come in. Let them out. Come on. Go ahead. Just let them, not you. Let them white people out. We're not trying to come in. They want to leave. That's it. They can stay. Y'all can finish your nails. Finish your nails, but them two people, let them out. We're not coming in. Just them two, let them out. That's it. They got the door locked, so they can't leave. Right, let them out. Simple. Let them out. That's it. That's it. Everybody back up so they don't think we're trying to rush in. She was the one with us. I know. Everybody back up so they don't think we're trying to rush in. No, y'all back up. Okay, everybody else going that way anyway. Everybody back up so they don't think we're trying to rush in, so we let them out. Our goal is to cost them money, not to make them scared. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. That's all. Thank y'all. Have a good day. For sure. No, that's what I told them. Yeah, they could have told them to let them out. If people want to leave, you got to let them leave. The mall closed. No, y'all still closed. I know. Jay Anderson had a 1-year-old. He dead. I understand you don't give a fuck. I understand that. But don't say you don't give a fuck, though, about black people getting killed. I understand that. I know you're not. Okay, that's fine. Then we can discuss that and you can go ahead. Ain't nobody trying to impede all that, but don't say you don't give a fuck. That's all. I understand, but that's like me saying we don't give a fuck about your kid. That's bogus. Yeah, go ahead. Take care of your business. For sure. I fuck with you. That's what I'm saying. But don't say you don't give a fuck. That's all. I don't think none of us touched him. Black people always gonna try to find a way to still spend money at the mall. And use their black card to do it. That's good. Police for what? Them police can't do shit. Why y'all love arguing with the police? You gotta argue with. Do you argue with a kid or their parents? Do you argue with a kid or their parents? Okay, so why the fuck you arguing with the kids? They don't got no power. They get told what to do. We gotta argue with the politicians, the leaders, not the fucking. They can't do shit. Arguing with them ain't gonna do shit. They can quit. Them white cops ain't gonna quit. You're gonna antagonize them and get them to start some shit.
3 colored men within 5 years. One officer. His first, he had not
Frank. 5 years of him killing somebody. 3 people. One officer killed 3 people.
She didn't know. Most recent, February 2nd, 2020,
that if a police officer kills 3 people in 5 years, then he's not even fit anymore to be a cop. We believe that if you kill 3 people within 5 years, then you should have a psyche evaluation. And that's enough PTSD to make anybody go crazy. So to continue to allow him to be a police officer is an injustice to all of us, because these are the type of cops who's on our streets, who can kill 3 people within 5 years, and we all know that if any one of us kills somebody unjustly, we'll be in jail. We'll be in jail. So, shut him down. Nobody made no money.
That's all I said.
Nobody made no money. Shut him down. Everybody, not everybody.
Don't let nobody else in. They're fucking playing games on this end. Let your customers out, man. The mall is closed. Thank you. Close your doors. Hey, yo, the mall is closed. Come close this door. How y'all doing? Y'all got customers in here? Do you want me to bring the rest of the people to close your store that are standing directly down there, or would you like to close your door from one individual telling you the mall closed? The people own the mall. The people own the mall. Either you close your door or we're going to close your door. It's up to you. It's up to you. What is it, Chico's? No, it's up to you.
Bring them on in.
All right. Hey, yo! Did she close her door? Oh, okay. I thought so. Don't test my gangster lady. We ain't out here protesting for bullshit. Okay, for sure. Huh? Hey, yo, boss man, the mall is closed, bro. Come lock your doors.
Yeah, we're closing our doors.
The mall is closed. Come lock your doors.
We're all closing our doors. That's the best thing.
The mall is closed. Come lock your doors.
Yeah.
The people own the mall, not the city. They all closed, right? Because in Wauwatosa, the police, a cop in Wauwatosa killed 3 people in the last 5 years. It's a large economic place, an establishment where Wauwatosa makes a lot of money. Then, hey, yo, excuse me, all the way down. The gate all the way down. No, thank you. Okay. Do you have custom? Do you have customers in here? Huh? It's time for your customers to leave. The mall is closed. Okay. I'll be back. Hey, yo, we got a store that don't want to close and let their customers out. Right over here. And their gate's open, so we can go right in. They don't want to close that gate all the way. We go right in. Go this gate right here. Go under this gate right here. Yep. And let the you got the.
Listen up. I don't think y'all know what closed means. Let the gate all the way down to the ground.
Because what we're going to do, we're going to do the same thing we just did to them.
And we're going to have
a whole line of people
in front of your
all
door
day for the rest of the
let
day.
this gate all the way down.
Let your
It's against fire code.
That's fine. Well, let your wait. Let your customers out. Let your customers
Don't
out.
worry about it. I'm going to go 10 people stand right in front. Don't worry about it.
You know it's illegal to hold people against their will, right?
In front of the store.
Hey, excuse me, y'all. The mall is closed. Black Lives Matter in Wauwatosa. Either you with Black Lives Mattering or you standing against Black Lives Mattering. And that's what you're doing when you continue to shop here right now.
You know what else is the fire code? Holding people against their will.
Y'all stay here. I'm finna go get the large. I'm finna go get the big group.
Oh, so this fucking store don't get it.
Jacob, don't nobody care about what you say the way to do this. We're doing this peacefully. Let me block all these white people that don't understand change. Block G Family. People do own them all. Block Michelle Carson. Let me go ahead and block some people real quick. Go ahead and block some people. Hold on, this is important.
No, I'm not a worker here. I worked there all my life for everything I got. For my kids to have more than I had. I called the casket. I can't even hold my baby no more. I can't even do that no more. I can't even have movie nights with my baby. And there's a collar of a cop. Mensa touched my leg. He killed 3 people. Within 5 years. But this is why taxpaying money goes to. This is where our tax money. Well, in Bayfair Mall, don't have cameras in here. They don't have cameras at the Cheesecake Factory. When my son was lying on the ground dying, crying for his mama, he got shot multiple times in his back. In his back. In his back. That was if that was your baby, y'all took the same way too. I mean, I'm asking you as a parent, and I'm asking you as a community, as family and friends, to shut Bayfair down. Shut it down! Shut it the fuck down! Shut it the fuck down!
Thing is, you know what we know this
Shut it
work?
down!
All the white people know.
Shut it down! There's no more man.
That's what they saying.
Walk with us! 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 Shut it down! 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 Shut it down!
They let their customers out yet? She don't want to close. The mall is closed. Closed. Are y'all closed or open? I told you let the customers out. I told you. The store is closed. Come on out. The store is closed. Tell them come on out. Thank you. I told the lady called her. I told her what was gonna happen. You either open or you close. I asked her to close the store. She said no. When you open, what the fuck? And she said she don't want to close. She still got customers in there. Because we're not going to destroy nothing. We don't have to close businesses. Love you too, brother.
I know it's rough. We gotta do what we gotta do. I know. It ain't nothing. It ain't
reopen. That's all.
Oh, we good. I told him I'm
anybody getting a haircut, we don't want you to stop in the middle of a haircut.
Stuff that be here, so I'm just.
But you're a black business. That's why we be in that lane.
We support.
If you was a white business, we'd be like, get up with your hair half.
Even the black businesses in here pay white man rent every month.
But they still gotta let people finish getting a haircut.
I'm never gonna.
That's what I'm saying. White people though is different. White businesses are.
I'm never gonna.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The black owned business, let them finish the person that's in it.
I'm never saying that. What I'm saying is it's still a white man who owns me.
Right. That's why I told you you still got the clothes.
And I know because we ain't gonna tell nobody to get off the chair.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Every day.
We're gonna block some more people. Nobody damaging property, Rose. Say something else stupid. I was got a picture of a cop on your. No, I'm blocking you just because. Block. Let's see what else I should block. What happens if they don't close? We go into their store and we occupy their store until they close. Hey, this is what they supposed to do. So even the black store is supposed to do that. That's what you're supposed to do. Hey, yo, take the mannequin arm up. The mannequin. Yeah, put it back. Put it in. Can you put it in there? Can you put it in? Can you put it in? Can you put it up there? Put it in. Put it in the mannequin. Get some tape. Go get some tape. Use a shoelace. Some tape. Some tape. That's how you do that. Yeah, throw that fist up. Yeah, y'all like that. Throw the mannequins up. If you ain't throwing them mannequins up, you ain't in support. Yeah.
Stay there, hold on, I gotta get there.
Fire.
Put your fist up.
Throw them fists up. Black Lives Matter. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Hey, Parker.
They learned yesterday.
Madison Walsh, it's not their right to kill innocent black people. So, let me do some more blocking.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Black people that won't change, but they don't lose no money. Y'all ignorant. The people that work here ain't going home. They still work. They still got a shift. It's the people that's spending money here. They got to go home. Not the employees, the people spending money. So anybody that's talking about the people that work here is an idiot. Yup. I'm gonna show you. Let us see your leg. Yes.
Thank
Still bleeding, y'all.
Swelling all up here. Whole knee is hurt.
So yeah, somebody said his leg still hurt from the other day when I shot him.
Walking strong though.
Excuse me.
Come on, y'all.
Make that water explode! Shut it down! Shut it
The mall is closed, everybody. Either join the movement or go home. The mall is closed.
No peace! Come on, right on live. No peace! No peace!
Obama. Look. How can you be mad at that? You got kids shutting them all down. You got the kids shutting them all down. You ain't gotta be bad. I can't even believe you said that, Obama. You know what? Even though I fuck with you, I gotta block you. Real life. I didn't tell your daddy what you said, little girl. What y'all fail to realize is Robert Tulsa have their own stuff, their own everything. That's like, you know what? You niggas remind me of. Remember when Martin Luther King boycotted the bus? It was niggas that was like, I gotta go to work. I gotta get my groceries. How we gonna boycott the work? They hurting black people. Black people gotta get to work. They hurting all the black people that got that work. That's what you niggas sound like. There was always some house niggas like y'all that rode the bus when Martin Luther King boycotted. There was always some house niggas like y'all that had no solution that said, this is wrong, man. Martin Luther King, you shouldn't boycott the bus. Black people need to catch the bus, man. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X been wrong as a bitch. While they sitting at the crib ain't doing shit for change. You niggas need to wake up, lost ass niggas. That's that Malcolm X side of niggas that come out. I can't always be Martin Luther needy. Y'all ignorant. That's That's what y'all does. That's why I said ignore them people, man. It's always gonna be some black people that be like, no, we shouldn't try to escape. Don't trust Harriet Tubman. We need to stay here. We all gonna die if we escape. Y'all doing it wrong trying to escape. We need to see if we can like go somewhere, man. You gotta know it. You're gonna stay on the plantation forever and die. With no idea of how to get off the plantation. Literally just gonna stay on the plantation and die. Y'all funny, bro. In the 60s, all y'all, I bet y'all descendants of niggas that didn't boycott the bus. That's all it is. Y'all been taught that shit. Like, man, Martin Luther King, and I tried to tell him it was misdirected. Like, gone with that shit. Like I told y'all, there was black people riding the bus when Martin Luther King said boycott it, talking about we need our groceries. I gotta go to work. You're hurting black people. White people don't ride the bus like that, Martin. You hurting all the black people that got to get to work. Don't you know it's black people that ride the bus? We know the white people own it, but once the white people don't get no money, they gotta make changes. We know that. But they know that they use black people, and you niggas gotta wake up.
Black people peaceful. There's a lot of grass in here.
Madison Boss, did you not see the day 28 on my shit? 28 days in a row we've been doing this shit.
This is our mall. We run this.
At the end of the day, all y'all that think like, oh, this is the wrong way to do it. The governor calling me, the mayor calling me, the police, everybody's calling me. They're trying to change law. They calling me before they change law. Like, Frank, we're about to introduce this law tomorrow. What do you think? They were never calling me saying no shit like that before. Frank, we support you 1,000%. We support everything y'all doing. How can we? Politicians marching with us. The Bucks been marching with us. Giannis Antetokounmpo been marched with us. Jabari Parker been marched with us. Anthony Pettis been marched with us. But we doing it wrong. But we the only city in the goddamn world that got celebrities. What's going on? Marching for change. Why you think the NBA? They used my clip on ESPN with Giannis. Why you think the NBA changing? This movement waking everybody up. Y'all just sleep. Yeah, Tony Canada, they did organize that stuff. Just like we told the black businesses, we'll support them through this time. So they ain't got to worry about that. We about to redirect the black dollar at the same time. But the point is that you still have people, even though they had set up rides, you still have people that were saying this was some bullshit. That no matter what you do. The thing is, do you see any police? Do you see, you can call the police or whatever, but they can't do shit. That's the point. That's what y'all figured out. You can call the police right now, they can't do shit. Everybody calling the police right now. What they doing? Okay.
Hey, pack it up.
Hey, and now a word from our sponsor. Hey, here we go. And now a word from our. We got to have a small break. A Mayfield break. Yo. Let's get that pizza. What do we want? Pizza. What do we want it now? All Smith's ass. Here we go. Frank Nitty Mark out in the building.
Turn it.
didn't show him. He took it off. I didn't show him. It was on me. It was on me. This is real. This is really happening.
Next time I'll get down for y'all for real. Next time I'll get down for y'all for real. Next time I'll get down for y'all for real. Black Mozart in the building. I should have played some let's go back. Hold on. They already. I should have played some
like we was doing in the morning. Guess that song.
I should have played tripping and shit like some elementary shit. So I should have played some elementary, but they wouldn't expect me to play no classical music. That's why I played a black dude with dreads in the mall, leading the revolution, playing classical music. Yeah, think I'm stupid if you want.
You looking for like a second and third?
Huh?
You looking for a second and
Why you say
third?
that?
Right. He be somber and mamba and
Just
some
started
days.
crowding on that.
You know what I'm saying? We know you well rounded.
Thank you so much.
Tell them what you can't do. That'll be a shorter list.
A shorter list of
Yeah,
things I
tell them
can't
what you
do.
can't do.
Y'all want to see me backflip down there? I used to be in the circus too. Hey, even white people love Beethoven, so all your racist white people, y'all had to enjoy that. Jones, block Jar Jones, you fat, bad, lace, what's that? You got a terrible lace front wig. I'm blocking you for your terrible lace front. Right, hey. Can you kid and play? You gotta be able to kid and play. Play with that. I need somebody over 30 to kid and play. Kid and play.
Listen here, decided. Hey, y'all. What y'all think about day 2 Mayfair being shut down? just want to say one thing.
Hold on, me block back.
Remember, why we do it because of injustice. We're not against the people. We need the people's support. Like, people have to know why we don't want them to shop here. We're not trying to create beef and drama. We're
Don't worry,
trying to win
Madison, boss. I'm about to block you right now.
So we don't want people to lead them all like, man, I hate the people movement. We want people to lead them all and say, man, I love the people's movement. We can always do civil disobedience with respect. You don't have to disrespect nobody in order to get them to get a point. All you gotta do is educate them on why you out here. That's it. That's it. You ain't a beat thing, you ain't a double thing, you ain't gotta put your chest out, you ain't gotta try to be harder than nobody. All you gotta do is say, man, you are inconvenienced due to what? Injustice.
That's it. That's all.
Simple. You don't create no enemies doing it that way. You don't make nobody hate the people movement doing it that way. Because you want people to go back and say, man, what group was that sit down the morning day? Not get on Facebook and say, man, they came in Mayfair today, they were disrespectful, they was doing this, they was doing that. Don't be like that.
Gotta lead by
example. Keep your message clean. The reason why Rosa Parks was so successful as her being the face of the boycott is because she was a clean message. She wasn't the first one to sit on the bus, but the other people who decided to sit on the front of the bus, they probably got up like, man, fuck this bitch ass motherfucker. That's not a clean message. The people couldn't get behind that. But they can get behind the Rosa Parks, a woman who was in the NAACP, who was a mama to the community, who was a great woman. The people was like, no, y'all can't be treating Rosa Parks like that. She was a good message. So I say that to say, how you demonstrate in the people's movement is what type of message people gonna think about the people's movement.
Lead by example. Keep your message clean.
Alright, so hey, fix up for silence. Alright, so we do got one more direct action that we want to do. We want to support this common council meeting, and the agenda is complete 15 goals, current goals, objectives for inclusion, requesting police to drop info on police encounter, discussion on LGBTQ, sexuality topics, use of body cameras and fucking for them, ban of no knock warrant, ban of chokehold under any circumstance, discussion on potential for 2 meetings per month. So, meeting the further report right here.
We made through the motion, like no choke.
They just closed the
So everybody leave our 7-second door at the city hall.
fresh out here. How you feeling?
Good. I just
Day 4? Day 4 sobriety was it 4 days?
Oh, no beer, no nothing.
No beer neither? Oh, that's
beer, no
4 days sober.
Every time I go down there, I look at him, I be like, nah, no beer, no nothing. Let me do it all the way. Don't do it, I'm gonna do it all the way. Sorry. You gotta do it all the way, man.
Right.
I gotta get people that faith in me, man. They got faith in me too, you know what I mean? I gotta get faith in myself, and I gotta get people behind me. I gotta do it all the way. No beer, no nothing. It's that cheese right here. It's that cheese. That's it.
Mike is a person that I found, you know, you told your story. Some people don't know you go ahead and tell your story.
I gotta go.
Oh, go ahead. We'll catch up later, Mike. So you hop in with them. Mike been with us like a week now. We got band that live on the streets, and basically I've been getting him a room for like a week now. He got a room till Sunday. He wants to clean his life up and change his life. He said he don't want money. He's going to change his life. So basically, I can rock with that. First I was giving him money for rooms and stuff every time he walked with us, or whenever I seen him in the streets. I give him money, and then one day he just was like, he's suicidal, he wanted to change his life. He wanted to make a change. So it was about 5 days ago. So then I reached out to the people on social media.
Oh, yeah, baby, listen.
I reached out. What's up, bro? Sorry about that, bro. Hey, we having a kid protest Saturday just for the kids. So if you bring the kids, they can understand, and it's gonna be not like this. It's a kid protest. That way they can understand what's going on. I'll break it down to a real small level. Exactly.
You know what?
Let's go.
Come on, y'all.
It's a job compared to a life.
Hey, we got somewhere to be. We got somewhere to be. Let's go. We got somewhere to be. Don't worry about one dude. We got to go to the meeting.
Last night was too loud. Because I know I said we were going to I got you.
Too much, you know, sometimes it be like that. Oh my God, you Robin Donald, I'm finna educate you before I block you, and then I'm blocking you. Because black on black crime is not the way to go. Black on black crime is a myth. Do you know that white on white crime is at 87% and more white on white crime happens in America than black on black crime? Secondly, when you protesting, you defund the police. When you defund the police, where the fuck you think the money gonna go? To the black community to fight black on black crime, because there's no such thing as black on black crime. Rich people don't rob people. Poor people do, black and white. Okay, poverty is the mindset that causes crime. Have nothing to do with being black. It have to do with the poverty and the conditions we live in. So you fight the conditions, and the only way to fight the conditions is by defunding departments that got too much money and putting them in our school system and shit like that. If we go, where do we go to boycott black on black crime? You want me to pull up at a black person's house that's already been arrested for a black crime, already been charged and went to jail for murder, and protest his house? Wouldn't that take police away from fighting black on black crime? If we actually have the police following protesters for crime, wouldn't that actually change that? Not to mention the fact that black on black crime, there's a penalty for that. When you commit a crime as a black person, person. If you come outside your house and shoot somebody in the goddamn face, you're going directly to jail. But there's no punishment for systematic crimes. We have a system that doesn't punish people. You don't start with the conditions, you start with the system. Y'all want to fix the smoke, but don't want to fix the engine. Motherfuckers is retarded. And after that education session, if you say anything stupid on my live, I'm going to block you. Because these house niggas get on my nerve. Y'all always bringing up black on black crime, and that's a fucking myth. White on white crime is the same thing. You never hear about white on white crime. It's at 87%, but you never hear about white on white crime. You never hear about Mexican on Mexican crime. You niggas then took what the white people have used against us and turned it into a coin phrase and used it against yourself. When black people be fighting for y'all use the terms that white people use against us. The shit is so retarded. And then y'all think y'all smart niggas. It's so slow. I'm just telling you. Anybody that come with that black on black crime shit is an idiot. You fight black on black crime with funding, not protesting. We fighting them the same. You defund the police and you fund programs. You fund our school systems. You fund them. You don't boycott a goddamn house. You don't protest a black crime. That don't even make sense. You can't protest black crime. You have to fund black communities. That's how you stop crime. You ain't never seen two rich people grab a gun and go rob somebody. That's poor people shit. When you poor and you living in poverty, your mind changes, okay? Poverty causes mental illness. When you living in poverty, you begin to do things that normal people wouldn't do for money. Like women that dance or strip, or people that sell drugs, or people that rob each other. Those are impoverished conditions. On your mindset, when you are living in poverty, you begin to do things that normal human beings wouldn't do, that you wouldn't do if you was not living in poverty. If people was rich out here, black people had money, they wouldn't rob nobody. It ain't black people robbing people, poor people robbing people, black and white. Poor people commit crimes, black and white. Got nothing to do with fucking black on black crime. Stop saying that stupid shit. Alright? Now if y'all got a better reason to talk about black on black crime, give it to me. But you know you fucking don't. So get the fuck off my live. And that's I'm not gonna talk like that no more. I apologize. But I just hate when black people try to deter black people from solving black people problems, and they sitting at the crib not doing shit but watching the Facebook Live. What is you doing that people actually doing? Standing for change 28 days in a row, sacrificing some shit you would never do in your life. Now, do I have to block you, or did you learn some shit? We sitting here with 7% housing. Black people own 7% of home ownership. Niggas talking about black on black crime. We own 7% of the damn properties in the goddamn city. What about that injustice? What about our school system injustice? You talking about black on black crime? Fix our school system first. Why you ain't talking about where the money go? How they only fund downtown and they don't fund our black community? How they don't come when we call the police in our community for black on black crime? A crime committed, they don't come. That's why black on black crime is able to exist. No, I'm good. Yeah, back up. Talk about that. Be throwing out these blanket statements the media creates to make black people look bad, like you smart. I think we need to focus on what the white people tell us we need to focus on every day, which is this term called black on black crime that they created to distract us from the real problems. Like, go on with that shit. You ain't never said black on black crime until your goddamn life, until the media created that shit. Until the media came over with black on black crime. Y'all ain't never said this shit. That shit wasn't around when Jesus was walking the earth. Ain't no such thing as black on black crime. That was just some shit, a term just created in the last 20 years to make y'all discredit yourselves. People crazy, man. Nah, I got some time now to read these stupid ass comments, so say something else stupid. Robin, are you there, Robin? Are you there? Are you there, Robin? Do you have any other suggestions? I think this is the wrong way you guys are doing it. But the governor calling me, the mayor calling me, they changing the laws in our city. They changing laws around the country. Finally changing laws around the country. And you still got black people saying, I don't think this is the way to do it. I don't know what way we're supposed to do it, but this isn't the way to do it. We should do nothing. George Floyd died, we should do nothing. Like, what are you talking about? George Floyd just died. Somebody put a knee on his neck and he's talking about black on black crime. How do that resonate to what happened with George Floyd? We out here because of what happened to George Floyd. And black people like George Floyd. How is boycotting black on black crime gonna save people from George Floyd? Like George Floyd getting killed by the police. Like they're two, I'm a vegetarian. They two separate movements. You have to treat them two separate ways. And to disrespect one in light of the other means that you actually are you gaslighting the situation. You literally taking attention away from a serious issue when they both need attention. Crime in the black community is what it would be called. Crime in the black community is the thing we need to actually address. Okay? But it's just crime. It ain't black on black crime, it's just crime. Okay? Crime in the black community we do need to address. But you don't take away from one movement to shed light on another to make it seem like police brutality ain't as bad as the crime that happens in our community. That's just ridiculous. And not true. Turn around. The mall is closed. The mall is closed. The mall closed. The mall is closed. The mall closed. The whole mall closed. Huh? You can go have to remove, but the mall still closed. Because Black Lives Matter. That's why. Exactly. Would you say right, and not all the time they could patch me up in the middle of the street. We bought all that stuff. We have security. We have private police, the wrong way to do it. You don't even understand how organized we are. Like, you don't even get it. You just think we a bunch of people out here marching, nobody ever thirsty, nobody ever dehydrated, nobody ever hungry, and you got hundreds of people every day. It costs thousands of dollars to run a movement like this. Every day. We're doing it absolutely the right way. Causing economic change. Shutting down streets, showing that the people have the power. Black Lives Matter, bro. Throw your fist up. Black Lives Matter protest. You support? You don't support Black Lives Matter? You don't support Black Lives Matter? The Wauwatosa police officer killed 3. I'm trying to tell you. What don't you support about it? Right, to shut down. Who threatened you? Who threatened you?
One of your members.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
Nobody threatens you with violence. In what store? What store?
Sephora, sir.
What store?
Put his hands on my car.
What store?
Threatened me with violence.
What store?
In front of Sephora.
So where's Sephora?
Sephora.
Where's it at?
You asked me the store.
What? Where is Sephora?
I have to go.
I know, exactly.
Exactly.
Anybody threatening you? You ain't gotta agree. You ain't gotta watch neither. They got plenty of channels on Facebook. Pick one. Go and watch somebody twerk for likes or something. That's the only other people that got 1K people viewing every time they go live. Go watch somebody twerk for likes. Go do that. You're bored. Go watch one of them white power protests. Go watch the Trump Pence rally or something. Let me finish blocking people. He talking about somebody put their hands on him. Nobody would do that stupid shit. Ain't nobody gonna do that. If somebody put his hands on him, he would have called the police. First he said, not like this where you blocking traffic. He would have opened with that. Man, somebody put their hands on me. Somebody probably yelled at him. No, some people change that to putting their hands on them. You yelled at them and they'll make up a whole lie. Mayfair ain't got no cameras. Talking about it's on camera. That's why we here, because they don't got no cameras. When Alvin Cole got killed, they didn't have no cameras. Mayfair ain't had no cameras of the whole incident. That's the whole point. So now they got cameras for you getting, people just be making shit up. Like, who gonna attack the UPS dude? You don't even have a store in the mall. That doesn't even make no sense. He was in the mall in Sephora's. This nigga got out the car, got out the mall, got in his UPS truck and was headed back towards the mall. Like, the direction he was coming didn't even equal him leaving the mall. It equaled him coming to the mall. Like, how did you beat us over here? Like, you back by the mall still. Like, you know what I'm saying? You was a terrible UPS driver and you back by the mall. Like, terrible UPS driver. You right back where you started from. So we about to go to this council meeting. And we about to go in there and let them know what time it is. We know they got plenty of cameras. We talking about the fact that that's what they said when Alvin Cole got killed. They ain't had no cameras. Now they got cameras. For white issues, they got cameras. When black lives didn't matter when Alvin Cole got killed, they ain't had no cameras. Oh, Lynn, you finna get blocked easily. Block Lynn. Yeah, we're gonna be able to stay live in a week. We are at Wauwatosa City Hall. Y'all know that, do you know that it's only like 13 black elected officials that are in Madison, and we couldn't even get like Black History Month to be recognized because every time that the 13 black people actually voted on it, the legislation like denied it. So why would I become a politician and go to a legislation where I'm only 1 out of 132 and they're gonna deny everything I fucking do? That don't make no sense. See, people have to educate themselves. That's just the reality of things. Y'all share this right now. I'm blocking so many races, they all leaving. We need supporters back, y'all. Y'all 1,000 people share this right now. Let's get back up. Make the mad racist people mad. If you at home and you can't march with us, the least you can do is share this. That's all. You ain't gotta march. If you can't march, you can share this. That's it. That's how you contribute to the movement. By sharing this live. Letting everybody know, tagging. Let them know what time it is. That's how you contribute to the movement. Everybody can't march with us all the time. Some people at work and stuff. How you doing? Everybody tag an ally right now. Tag somebody. Tag the person you be watching all these videos with. Everybody tag somebody you be watching this shit with. Tag somebody you watch all the greatest videos y'all watch with.
Hey, fuck the police! Fuck the police! Without that badge, you a bitch in the house. Fuck the police! Fuck the police! I know y'all been ahead in my Popeyes.
Definitely stronger on the streets. Definitely stronger on the streets.
You guys can hear me?
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. They can sit down.
Probably
Come on,
100.
bro.
Right.
Yo, don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Okay. It is.
You're taller than me.
All right. It is 6:12 p.m. We have quorum. We have quorum on Zoom and via live. I'm officially calling the meeting to order at 6:12 p.m. Thank you all for being here this evening. We have a lot going on in the community. First on the agenda, we have vision and goal statement. Before I do that, I believe I saw Frank in the room back there.
What's going on, bro?
I want to acknowledge my high school classmate.
Oh, what's going on? How you doing, bro? Hopefully you on our side today and we get changed together.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have a jam-packed agenda, but I want to make sure I acknowledge that young man because he's doing a lot of great work in the community, and it's always great to see a community leader at this meeting. Somebody who I respect dearly.
That we can just see the people in the room. I saw some signs.
Yep.
I would just like to have a pan of the camera.
That's my co-chair. My name is Sean, but I'm the chair. That's Margaret. I'm on Zoom. My vice chair. So we are going to start with our vision and goal statement. So I'm going to turn it over to Jackie, Leanne, Tony.
Hi everyone, thank you. So on behalf of the Vision and Goals Subcommittee, which is consisted of myself and Leanne Freely and Colleen Gray, we would like to table the discussion and the vote on that document till our regular meeting next week, since this meeting is more of a discussion and we have a lot of items to go through. Moreover, the chat or the document with the chat changes will end up with the agenda. So I don't know if you want a motion to table it or a vote on it, but I'd like to make that happen.
Okay. Yeah, you can make a motion to table it for the next meeting.
I make the motion to table it.
Okay, there's a second.
A second.
In the room. All in favor?
Aye.
Want to raise your hand?
Aye.
Have a unanimous? We can see that and get that counted. Okay, any nays? Any nays? No? Motion carries. Request for police demographic. Police
And the people that get to vote on what we're talking about.
is the next item on the agenda. So, do we have any of that information, or will we be able to get that we're looking for demographics on individuals that Wauwatosa.
So I'm going to try my best to give you sort of a generalized framework as I understand it of what would be, what would not be available, or what would have to go through to get certain data. So the police department each year produces what's referred to as the Uniform Crime Reports, Parts 1 and Part 2. Those are promulgated by the FBI, and part of their standards has demographic data attached to each of those incidents. That, because it is produced every year, is relatively easy to get. For other types of incidents, like traffic, for instance, while the data is collected as a data point related to each of the individual citations that would be issued, there isn't such an easy process by which to aggregate that data. I don't know without checking and asking whether, for instance, the Department of Transportation or the court system has, on the backside of receiving that information, a way of aggregating that data. We did have an experience a number of years ago where we had to have a...
No matter what we do, they don't say this ain't how you do it. Just don't pay attention to them because they don't want it to be done. People don't want to change.
So I don't know the answer as to whether there is a method right now to aggregate that data, so we have to find out. Again, the UCR report...
Oh, we ain't about to sit through a bunch of boring shit. Don't worry. We're gonna get it cracking. They ain't talking about that.
Is that accurate to your understanding?
Basically, they don't know how to get the deep data for how they
The only thing I would just add is that hand picking that information, getting that information out of the police system would take time. There's information available on arrests and citations. The word encounters here is a bit vague. For example, an officer contacting someone at a traffic crash, for example. The race data is not usually collected for, let's say, a passenger of a vehicle, a crash, so that information wouldn't be available. So I'll just
Pulling somebody over. What about pulling somebody over?
Arrest and citations, as I indicated, that information would be available. It just would take our crime analysts at the police department an effort to go through and find that information. Those things being in addition to what Mr. Archambault referred to from the CR reports.
Excuse me, I have a request. Margaret Arden. Could there be a pan to the person who's speaking? I don't know who was just speaking right now.
Jim was just speaking.
Yeah, then, well, I'll tell you, but
Just look after Jim. At least if you could just say your name.
I'll try to identify myself each time I speak. So this is Jim Archambault again. That was Captain Luke Vetter in the meantime there.
Yeah, it's good to see. I wasn't sure if the police department was represented today. I'm glad they are.
I'm looking at Sean from the standpoint of just making sure that I'm communicating that understandably that UCR report, that data is aggregated by demographic information anyway. It's with things like traffic or municipal citation that is not aggregated.
I'd also like to make a second request. Being on the Zoom and the live is not exactly set up that well. So they asked before if you could see the people in the room, and I would still like to see them.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough. I don't know if there's staffing to change the camera. Anna will use her laptop.
Throw them fists up. Put them fists up. Put them fists up so they know who all here for us.
No justice, no peace.
Wow, you're so quiet.
Put a sign down so they can see the people.
She said we're so quiet.
Yeah, we civilized, no matter what they tell you.
Glad to see him here.
Group of protesters stormed City Hall.
Yeah.
So Jim, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly regarding the arrest and citations as well as pulling someone over. It will take a while to do, but is that something that will be done?
I think that's what Captain Vetter was saying. That would take it can be done. We have to talk with.
Should be done. Should be done.
What I'm referring to from years ago literally took years with an intern. It had to do with 20 years ago. It had to do with a particular issue. So it does take time because thinking of it like one time I was just over individual pieces of data.
So will someone follow up on that and find out how long to get that information? And also, is there a process we need to do to formally request that and to get a date on that? What do we need to do in order to get that information? Because I feel like we've heard that before, that it will take time, right? Do we need to do something else in order to actually obtain the data?
Captain Vetter here responding. So likely an open records request would be the most formal way for anyone to request that information. And we have an obligation to respond to that open records request in a timely manner within 10 days. And we begin communication with the requester and advise them and give them a reasonable time frame as to when that information could be put together and then given back to them.
I know we have a large audience, and if I take questions, I want to make sure that we get through everything. But Frank, did you have a question?
Yeah, I want to know. You said it takes years. When was just a couple questions? When was the last time you guys collected this data, and why did you stop collecting this data? And on top of that, how many years are we behind on collecting this data? And is this data public record right now? Can the people see any of this data right now?
Sure. So again, when it relates to any type of incident that relates to uniform crime reporting, those are done every year. Those are produced every year and aggregated every year. We have all of the data related to other types of things like municipal citations. However, those are essentially individual pieces of data for which there isn't the same reporting and aggregation system that there is for UCR.
So
it takes somebody, in my reference to years ago, there was a case in which they had to try to do that. They had to do it entirely manually.
Okay.
I don't know if we have the technology, and that's the point.
Definitely have the technology. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you need like just a coding issue basically to organize things. You just needed one coder to put you know what I mean, to organize things. But you still didn't answer the question on why you guys stopped doing it and how long ago did you stop doing it manually?
Yeah, we still have that data. We never stopped collecting that data. It's just that it's individual data points.
Well, yeah, you said it took years to do it before. So what took years to do before? Since we have to play this semantics game.
Individual person going through and
Pulling the racial data.
On every one of those citations.
Right. Why did you guys stop doing that? Why did you guys stop doing that? Instead of transferring it to a more computerized process, why did you just completely stop and fall behind?
We're talking literally 20 years ago. A professor did a study that
So you guys never did it. It was a professor study. This would be the first time you actually do it yourself. Correct. Okay, so you've never kept track of racial data ever.
We always have for uniform crime reports, always have, and for the individual lesser crimes like municipal misdemeanors, etc. The data is all there. The data is all in individual citations, but there has never been a means like uniform crime reporting to aggregate that data, pull it together to say.
Yeah, for sure. Last thing I want to say. So if it's been 20 years and you guys are trying to redo this data, how far back are you going to go? Can we start with like a year? Because you guys keep saying it's going to take so long to do it. Can we have a timeline on how much data you're going to go back to so that we can actually hold you accountable for what you're saying? You're saying 20 years of data. That could take 50 years. So
how long would it take to get at least, let's say, 1 year's worth of data? Let's just answer that.
We probably can't answer that without talking to the data analyst. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you an answer that's wrong.
Can we get a guesstimate, a range?
Hold on. So I'm the chair. I can get the answer.
Go ahead.
I can get the answer for you.
Thank you.
You know, I got you.
Next, you can, that's all.
I'll get the answer. I know you have your hand up, so I'm gonna go to her, and I'm gonna have to
Go to the next subject. Yeah.
We have to get through the agenda. But she had her hand up for 5 minutes, so I want to make sure she gets to answer questions. And I'm gonna.
Don't worry, I'll always make them say stupid shit.
Chairperson, for the clerk is taking minutes. This is a public meeting, and she has to document who is speaking for the public record of this meeting. I know that the chair identified the first speaker, but if someone's speaking, we just need to have your name and address for the record because the clerk has to be able to make a note of it.
My name is the People's Movement.
Just for the record, thank you for taking notes.
The question was, over, like you told Frank, over the course of 20 years, you collect this data. However, over the course of the last 5 years, you had criminal instances where your police officers have been seen as being very forceful with their use of authority and how they handle criminal complaints. And one officer in particular has used excessive force when responding. So, what have you done to collect data within just the last 5 years in order to keep up with, A, this same officer getting a promotion from the time he started within killing 3 individuals of color? And what are you doing to actually get real justice in the investigation that's supposed to happen with this officer? You're saying that just the crime reports are what type of real investigation has been done with Joseph Mensa, his arrest, his encounters with the public over the course of just the last 5 years? Yes. But he said you haven't done so.
We gotta cut it the time. Let her answer the question.
So this is a public meeting. We have to provide public notice about the topics, and I think that's a topic that a lot of people have questions about. The problem is we didn't tell the public that that's what we would be talking about today, and so we can't. We have an agenda, and so we have to, by law, we have to follow the items that are on the agenda. I appreciate that it's frustrating, and I understand that people want to speak on that topic. We can add it to an agenda. I completely understand. But there may have been other people that also want to talk about that, and we have a right, we have an obligation as a government to tell people what we're going to talk about. All
right, that's fine.
We don't want to talk about it, we want change.
Order. Okay, that is the law.
It's some issues they got that we can't talk about today. We just gotta wait till they get to them. Yeah, when they get to right now, they're just talking about people getting pulled over. We're gonna get to it. I'm talking about the topic, like if we get a fourth topic, we'll talk about excessive force and everything, and then we win.
Mission approved. So we have to get to the agenda though for today, okay? And then at the end, we go through agenda items for the next meeting. That's how we do it.
So the question that relates to the exact agenda item is police demographic info on police encounters. And so Captain Better will talk with our data analyst and see what he's able to produce.
The timeline.
Correct.
Okay.
That's one of the questions. There were 2 questions that were asked. The second question was specifically related to individual officer conduct, and what can we know about individual officer accountability, and what was the nature of the investigation Officer Mensa? That was the question that I heard.
Yeah.
The second.
And Hannah said that she can't go into individual officer.
I'm just wondering if that's something that we can include on our next agenda?
Yeah. I said I was going to add agenda items.
And we're going to directly talk about only that.
Oh, okay, all right.
They're right now just talking about the racial data of pulling people over, which helps as well, because they're not even keeping track of their racism inside of the department. But we got to attack that separately, the actual individual officer.
Okay, so I just need to understand the UCS data that Jim and the lieutenant were referring to. If you state police encounters, is that only encounters that result in some kind of report or record, or is it any time a police officer talks to anybody on the street?
Good question.
And I will bring up our colleague Craig Whittingham's inquiry from several meetings ago. He wanted to know what the nature of any kind of encounter was. So I'm interested if the data would report that, and if we can look at that even just for the past year. And my second question is, what is the nature of data on complaints and inquiries from the public, or complaints or reports from the public about individual encounters? So we're talking about data that police take and record for themselves internally. What are we doing with external questions and complaints? And where's the data on that?
All right, Captain Vetter here again for those listening. As far as the encounters go, so agenda item 3.
Basically, do they have data when they stop black people or when they arrest black people?
Encounters with the public all day. Oftentimes, their name, their race, their address are not collected and do not need to be collected and shouldn't be collected.
Why not?
So the term encounters is very vague and would be extremely, and citations. Demographic info is collected, and those arrests could be at a state or misdemeanor level, misdemeanor or felony level, and that goes back to the UCR reports that Mr. Archambault was referring to.
One question.
There also is municipal arrests or citations that occur, and then there are traffic citations that occur. So again, it has never not been collected. Just having an individual, a crime analyst, get that information together into a comprehensive, good, presentable report, that's what will take time. I wish I could tell you how much time that could take. I wish I could tell you I could get that information for you by next week. I just don't know how long.
Until you talk to the data analyst.
Correct, and until he starts doing so.
Okay.
And again, back to that open records request. If information was requested for a year, that takes some amount of time. If information is requested for 2 years, now it's double the amount of time.
Between now and our next meeting, you can talk to the data analyst and get an estimated time of when that can be done, right?
Depending on how much data is requested, yes.
1 year. We're asking just for 1 year.
Just for 1 year. I'm sorry, one question I have to ask is, I apologize.
Frank,
no, I agree. It's direct. It's just one quick question. When you run someone's name, are you not keeping track of their race? When you run their name, if they don't get a ticket, if they don't get arrested, when you grab and stop someone and run their name, are you telling me you guys don't keep track of their race? Flat straight question. Yes or no? If you stop me and run my name and I don't get arrested or I don't get a ticket, do you keep track of my race?
So your name, your information, your demographics are included in that encounter. That is correct.
Okay.
That encounter there, the best way of describing it is your sex, your race, it isn't automatically populated into a program that is required to keep track of that.
How do we keep track of that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Alderman Wilson.
Thanks. So it's Alderman Wilson from the 8th District. So Captain Vetter, I actually wanted to try and clarify some of this. So you talked about arrest citations. There's a record.
There's no reason to keep that data.
As I understand it, if
he clearly said that.
Driver's license or license plate is run, there might be information related to the police officer. I think what I'm hearing you say is we don't record that for any period of time. Is that right?
He also said it's not important.
Record is the right word. It is recorded in the call for service for the individual's name or the individual's license plate or their demographic info. It's recorded within the call.
Y'all heard him say that they don't keep it and they don't track it and ain't no point to
automatically populated into
He literally just said that.
a field that is easily findable.
Okay, and I think we understand that the sifting through the data is the challenge here. So, and just one other, so I guess short of just running someone's name, can you help us understand, even where there's no citation or arrest made, are there other encounters whereby the policy of the police department, a more complete report would be recorded? I'm thinking of use of force, that kind of, not just seeing people on the corner asking, did you see which way the blue car went, but instead a more involved contact between our city staff and people in the community.
So I think The answer to that is there's
Y'all heard him
two
lie right
levels
on here?
of documentation for officers. One is that full incident report that you're referring to, where subject gives a witness statement or a person is arrested, their name is documented and their demographic information is automatically populated. There's a lesser and lower degree of documentation which is necessary for minimal contacts. And those minimal contacts, that's where that information, demographic information, would have to be, as you refer to as hand sifted through.
Okay. Just one other point I want to make, and it's I don't want to make it too pointed, but I think we've heard how the public records process works. That's available to anybody. But I also think we should.
Y'all saw I just caught him right now.
As an elected official,
Y'all saw that, right?
You know, other folks that I work with every day and commission members, I think if we can put together a solid, understandable, kind of well-scoped request, I hope that we're not relying on open records requests to fill that. I think we really need to support the work that this commission is trying to do, which starts with understanding. So I just want to make sure, as we talk about how open records request process works, that should not be the standard or the expectation for how this commission moves forward. Thanks.
I have to get through these agenda items in 6:35, and I'm on agenda item number 3. I want to make sure that we get to questions and everyone, because I appreciate everyone being here. But I have to still work through this agenda as well. High school students, agenda item, and then something that we wanted to cover, which was discussion on LGBTQ, youth, health, and sexuality topics. And Jim was going to bring somebody in from the health department to speak to that as well. So is that something that we want to table to?
The subcommittee on the vision and goals, we were going to include that in our discussion of the vision and goals and add it as an activity that the group could vote on for next week. So if I can move to table it until our discussion of the vision and goals next week, we can pair those two together, and that'd be great.
We have council members, people that are on the commission.
Gotcha, yeah, from Natasha, right?
Yeah.
I talked to her office, so I guess there's.
Yeah, that are on the commission, they get to vote on the item. So in respect to that, I want to make sure they're here, because that's important. That they get to vote on those items. So what Jackie was saying, we'll offer a motion to table to our next meeting.
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So those are all ayes. All right. Okay. So the next 3 items we can talk about consecutively because they all fall in line with our recommendations as a commission, as the chair that I put on the agenda, something that I want to move forward to the Government Affairs Committee. And just so the way it works, so everyone in the audience is clear as well. As the Equity Inclusion Commission, our role is to vote on recommendations. That doesn't mean those recommendations become law. But what we can do is make the recommendation. So we can make the recommendations to move things forward. And then when we vote on something, that vote does stand and count to move those items forward to the Government Affairs Committee. The Government Affairs Committee is made up of older people in our city, and those aldermen and alderwomen, they vote on those items on that committee and discuss that committee, and then it goes to the Common Council, the full Common Council for a vote. So I just want to confirm with Alderman Wilson that I got all those facts correct on the process.
You're ready to run for office, I think. Yeah. And the important part there is this commission makes recommendations. The council and mayor's office and administration has asked this commission to form and make those recommendations. And importantly, what Sean's talking about is those couple rounds of votes by the elected officials are what would turn things either into recommendations called resolutions or actual law called ordinances with municipality.
Okay, so this is the first step into making that law, just so everyone's on the same page, on the steps that take place.
Thanks, Sean. Can I make a quick request? The person who's sharing the screen, if they could go to the next page so we can see the actual agenda item. So whoever is sharing their screen, to go to the next page.
It's on that first page. I'm not sure if you can see that.
We can't, we can only see the top part of the page. Correct. Just move the thing so we can see, so that the agenda items are towards the top, because the way the Zoom looks, all we can see is call to order.
Can you see it now?
Nope, not yet.
What I do is visible now.
Whoever is using the share screen.
Which number item can you see right now? Can you see any of the numbered items?
One. Can see as one.
Okay, we're gonna have IT work on it if you want to start.
I'll call them out right now. What's in discussion? He works on it. Okay. Okay. So item right now we are on consecutively the ban of no-knock
Body
warrants.
cam, ban of no-knock warrants,
7, the ban of chokeholds,
and the ban of chokeholds under any circumstances. That's why we're here.
So,
thank you.
Talk about those items consecutively. And I want to turn it over to Alderman Wilson because I know he had some information on the funding.
Which is part of the point I wanted to make, but just to give a little background to this commission and its Craig Wilson's oral history, I meant to try and pull the list of prior council meetings that included this topic, and I'll definitely get that out over the weekend. But essentially, over the last couple of years,
They cut the body, put the knee body cam, they cut the chokeholds out the police department.
But we did initiate some discussion with the police department. This is the Common Council and one of its committees initiated discussion about what, to the extent to which we explored body cameras. At that time, we already had cameras in our squad cars. And so we had several discussions with police department leadership about this. That evolved into a decision to run a pilot program. Through that pilot program,
we still are under body cams. The whole country got body cams. We still don't got body cams. On our police that's killing everybody.
But also looked at how it might be implemented, where it might be implemented, et cetera. That further evolved into a determination, at least at the time, that the police department felt it was of particular use for motorcycle officers or traffic enforcement officers. So it is still our practice in the
traffic
city
enforcement
that motorcycle
officers
officers wear body cameras. We don't
cams.
have any vehicle-mounted cameras for those officers.
That's crazy.
I should say that I believe all the camera systems we have also have audio link with them. But from that point and that pilot and then the determination that the long-term plan might be to, or at least for now, the long-term
They
plan
got
has
body
been
cams on
to
the
outfit
police officers that ride
motorcycle
motorcycles and
officers.
bikes.
The council
They can only pull
committee
over cars for
has
like
already had
citation.
much more
They
discussion
don't have none of the
with
cops that actually
the police department
use
about
excessive force.
what our the elected officials' determination might be on what policy should be in the city around this, how we might want to make it a higher priority for the city.
So they have
how we
no
might
track
want to
of
prioritize resources. And
they don't keep track of when they run stop that people that run their lane. They don't have no body cams either. So there's no track of what they're doing at all. There's no way to keep track.
The issue better.
Basically.
But I think, as Sean was pointing out before, we need good orderly legislation. And I think the most important question we should be asking is, do we need them? How do we want to use them? What's our priority on that? And from there, as with anything else in the city, if we need to make something work, then we figure out how to pay for it. And so I just want to, call out, I think I've seen a lot of discussion or kind of comments when this issue's come up in the last, certainly last year, but in the last several months, where it immediately is tied to a funding issue. There's never been a question on what's the full price, mostly because we haven't scoped what's the full need or desire. But we've never had a discussion, even at the Financial Affairs Committee level, let alone the full council, about whether this is a budget priority or whether we can make it work. So I just want to kind of give my view of how it's unfurled since I've been involved in the last couple of years.
Okay. Make sure the commission can weigh in on Zoom, live, no comment.
Understanding what you're saying, Alderman Wilson, is that although there have been statements made that the reason that we don't have body cams has to do with how much they cost. And the actual process never got to that point. It's not like you're looking at a proposal for.
Yeah, well, of course, there were budget line items to support the pilot project and the eventual use for motorcycle officers. I guess what I'm saying is it's a little bit more like, do we have money for a house before we decide what size house we want or what type of amenities we want? So we decided at one point we need just this much and we funded that. And we've had some discussions about would more work and, I think sometimes it turns into, well, I don't know if we can ever afford that. I don't know that we've had a full discussion, or at least the council hasn't had a full discussion on, how the police department would see it working and what we think the priority should be. Now, there's a meeting scheduled for Monday.
They have no accountability or transparency at all in what was also basically. They don't have any data. They have the data, but they haven't been collecting it. They haven't been organizing it.
Yeah, so for the record, my name is John. Address 4546 North 110th Street, Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. A protester, but as a resident of Wauwatosa. I'm very concerned about the number 3 on your agenda. My kids attend Wauwatosa schools, and they are some of the best schools in the state of Wisconsin. So I have a hard time hearing that we're having issues with data when my kids attend some of the best schools in Wauwatosa. If the teachers can get it right at the Wauwatosa School District in effectively teaching the students, I don't understand how we're having an issue on this level with our police department. It just isn't making sense to me. And all of these issues seem to overlap and be the same. It's the issue of accountability. Exactly. That's all it is. It's accountability.
There's none.
And so we got effective teachers. How is it that we're behind with data recording and then also behind with
body cam
filming or video recording police to hold them accountable? It makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm paying my tax dollars as a homeowner in Wauwatosa, and I don't have access to data because we're behind. That makes absolutely no sense to me. And so I want to go on record as a resident of Wauwatosa saying that to me, as an educated black male, that makes absolutely no sense. Okay, and I'm speaking to you when I say educated, I have a bachelor's of arts. I have a master's degree, and I also have a terminal degree. So I understand how research works. That makes no sense at all.
Let me just respond to that. So that's a part of the reason the commission is formed, right? This commission didn't even start until last year, right? We just got started last year as a commission. I need to give credit to Mayor Healy, immediate past mayor, who made that a priority, and Alderman Wilson and others who made that a priority to get the commission started, number 1.
Right, but hold on. So, hold on. When you just stated that, well, we're looking into a record about, or looking into getting body cameras and things of that nature, don't you all collaborate with other police districts at all? Like if something happens in Milwaukee, they call in a different police district to investigate, right?
Yes.
So I'm not understanding it. It doesn't make sense to me.
I hear you. I gotta move the meeting on, but I want to get order. Did you guys hear the part where I was going to answer all those questions?
Yeah, at the end.
I just want to make sure. So things haven't been a priority. The key word you said in that whole speech was